Good morning, everybody. I would like to call to order this public hearing of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is 10:21 a.m. on Thursday, February 19th, and we're conducting this public hearing in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building. We're also streaming virtually via Zoom and on the DC Council website and on YouTube and X at @CM Brooke Pinto. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety has oversight responsibility for matters affecting the judiciary and legal systems, criminal law, procedure and justice, juvenile justice, public safety, policing, violence prevention and intervention, civilian police oversight, access to justice, family law, probate and estates, fire, emergency medical services, 911 and 311, homeland security, adult corrections, forensic science, fatality review and medical examination, victim services and justice grants, child support, government ethics, and issues related to women. Today, we continue our series of performance oversight hearings over these agencies under our purview that are really all critical to our entire public safety system in Washington, D.C. First, we are starting with the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department, otherwise known as Fire and EMS, whose mission is to preserve life and promote health and safety through excellent pre-hospital treatment and transportation, fire prevention, fire suppression and rescue activities, and homeland security awareness. In addition, the department also oversees the crucial nurse triage line that facilitates connections with urgent care providers and provides CPR and AED training to the public. Some of my key priorities for Fire and EMS today are to discuss our staffing and recruitment efforts, including the paramedic school with UDC, apparatus ordering and maintenance to ensure the safety of all of our members, and coordination of other agencies that we have with Fire and EMS, especially with the Office of Unified Communications. Fire and EMS is a key piece of our public safety infrastructure that has become even more aware to everyone through the recent snowstorm, where Fire and EMS continued to respond to all calls regardless of the conditions of our roads. I look forward to hearing how the department has contributed this year to a safer and more responsive district and what we can do as a government to ensure that the department is fully staffed, have the resources that they need to do what they do every day. I also want to note that in our recognition of the importance of the coordination between Fire and EMS and the Office of Unified Communications, we are very pleased that there have been so many improvements with OUC over the past 2 years, but we need to continue ensuring that OUC is responsive and accurate and fast. And so this morning, I introduced another bill that ensures that the medical director at Fire and EMS is also the medical director at OUC and requires EMD training for all of our call takers to ensure that they are responding accurately and with up-to-date medical information. Then today, we're going to move to the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, otherwise known as the ONES office. ONES was launched in 2017 to create a public health-based approach, community-oriented model of violence prevention and public safety. ONES was created based on the premise that the overwhelming majority of serious violent crime is committed by a relatively small group of people, and that by identifying and engaging more robustly with these individuals, we can drastically reduce violent crime and gun violence specifically in our city. The mission of ONES is to build partnerships and implement strategies that reduce gun-related violence in DC, a lofty goal, but one that remains crucial. ONES fulfills this mission by coordinating the district's gun violence prevention and intervention initiatives using both public health and public safety tools, and by focusing on identifying and engaging with those most likely to be involved in gun violence, providing alternatives to crime. Over the last few years, I and my team have worked tirelessly to streamline the district's violence intervention services. It is something, when I began to chair this committee, I pledged to do, to merge our programs because we had two different agencies doing very similar work. And last year, we finally did it, going from two separate VI programs in two different agencies to having all of our violence intervention being housed under ONES. As some of you may recall, there was a lot of conversation and pushback to some of that. But it also took a huge amount of commitments from the mayor and her team to ensure that the transition will go smoothly. We've set up a transition advisory team that meets monthly to ensure that the agency is set up for success and that the feedback that we've gotten from the community over the last several years, especially on having strict adherence to a model of gun violence interruption, is really important, and ensuring that the resources are going to the areas with the highest prevalence of crew-based gun violence. The work is continuing. I want to thank everybody. There was a lot of faith that the community had in a lot of these assurances and our city leaders and partners. And so the work is certainly not over, but I am pleased that everyone seems to be on the same page that we all have to work together to improve the rates that we're seeing and to make sure the resources get to where they need to go. In fiscal year 2026 to date, ONES has successfully merged OAG's Cure the Streets grantees into the ONES grant management structure, extending OAG's grants and issuing new ones. Developed and implemented an evidence-informed model, which is called the Group Violence Reduction Strategy. Updated its target communities based on 5 years of gun violence data. Participated in transition advisory meetings with myself, representatives from OAG, DMPSJ, ONES, and community members with direct experience in violence intervention. I want to reiterate that these accomplishments should not be overlooked, as a great level of coordination and collaboration went towards these achievements. And I also want to thank the many violence interrupters themselves who put themselves on the line to do this important work every single day. I also mentioned there is still a lot more work to be done, particularly in the areas of grant management, vetting individual VI workers and organizations, and how ONES and other programs that they house, like Pathways, are being incorporated into the VI work and setting people up on a sustainable path to employment. I'm also interested to learn about ways ONES is considering engaging with younger people under the age of 18, as we know the need for interventions regarding our young people continues to be serious. As we all know, gun violence is top of mind for myself every single day. It is a pressing issue that we have had major progress on as a city, and we need to stay laser focused to ensure that no life is ended prematurely due to gun violence. So I'm eager to talk to ONES today about many of these issues. So as always, today we're going to take one agency at a time. We're going to hear from our public witnesses for fire and EMS, then our government witnesses for fire and EMS, and then we'll hear from our public witnesses for ONES, and then government witnesses for ONES. So I'm going to invite our first panel of public witnesses up: David Hoagland, Marie Drissel, Ashley Ruff, Patricia Stamper, and Tanika Hawkins. Great. And it's just you two here in person today. The others are joining us virtually. So where you'd like, thank you very much. And we will begin with David Hoagland, President, the District of Columbia Firefighters Association, IAFF Local 36.
Good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the over 2,000 DC firefighters who place themselves in harm's way every day to protect district residents. Today, I come before you to voice my frustration with the performance of the DC Fire and EMS Department over the last year. There are 3 main issues I want to focus on. 1, the mismanagement of orders of fire trucks. 2, the fact that our members have been working without a contract for well over a year. And 3, recent safety lapses that put our members in danger. Of grave concern to Local 36 today is the state of our apparatus fleet. When Mayor Bowser first entered office, she came into a department where firefighters were working without a contract and our apparatus fleet was in a state of disrepair. Sadly, as she prepares to depart office, the department is in a similar state. No contract and an apparatus fleet that is languishing. The primary difference between then and now, however, is that it is not due to lack of funding. It is solely due to lack of management. We've enjoyed a long-standing labor management collaboration of designing a specification for our fire trucks and our other apparatus that had a unique blend of function and safety. Due to poor management, we are now forced to seek apparatus based solely on delivery times. What can we get the fastest, regardless of whether or not it's the best for our needs? A truly sad regression. Because of the lack of working fire trucks, the Tenleytown neighborhood was without a ladder truck for almost a full week. The week before, Truck 8 in the Washington Highlands area of Southeast in Ward 8. We are browning out service for district residents. This isn't the 1990s. DC isn't broke, and there's no excuse for this. So what's the answer to this crisis? We need a working group to completely overhaul the apparatus procurement process here in the district. We should be ordering multiple apparatus every quarter instead of a hodgepodge. It is shocking that the department has not ordered a single tractor-drawn aerial ladder truck since calendar year 2024. The answer is not procuring 18 fire engines from a no-name manufacturer like HME, a product that completely deviates from our longstanding specification. We've talked to multiple departments that say these engines are not quality pieces of apparatus. Chief Donnelly will tell you that all fire trucks come broken, but the baseline of this product does not stand up to quality metrics of existing manufacturers whom we have ordered from. The department is ignoring a taxpayer-funded study by BDA Global that cautions against making large purchases of apparatus at the same time. But here we are, repeating the same mistakes from the past. 507. That's the number of days the hardworking members of Local 36 have been operating without a contract. Our members come to work every day and answer the call. As the snow melts, we are looking towards another warm summer of rising call volume. We've recently had several burn injuries on fire grounds. I know we've shared concerns with you in the past about changes to our standard operating guidelines. We want to make sure these changes have not been a contributing factor to these burns. I want to conclude my remarks today by emphatically stating our focus is on our members' health, safety, and dignity. There's nothing of higher achievement than the pursuit of these goals. Tomorrow, we will be reminded of that focus. The department will say farewell to Battalion Fire Chief Keith Long. A dedicated Local 36 member for years, our thoughts and prayers go out to his family, friends, and fellow firefighters he worked with throughout his tenure with the department. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, President Hoagland. Marie Drissel.
Yes, good morning. My name is Marie Drissel, and my family has lived in DC for 170 years. I am here today to support the performance of DC Fire and EMS while remaining critical of the Office of Unified Communications. My gratitude for DC Fire EMS is lifelong. They saved my family home in Petworth in the 1970s. More recently, in early 2025, they responded to smoke in our home in less than 5 minutes. The importance of our ladder equipment cannot be overstated, and I urge the council to ensure the maintenance team has the resources to overcome supply chain issues and keep that equipment in service. I also witnessed the excellence of our EMS teams 3 times this year. While spending 18 hours across 3 emergency rooms with a friend and 2 family members, I observed the incredible workload our EMS professionals carry. Our hospitals are in crisis, and that burden is overwhelming throughout the country and in the DMV area. It is important to remember that while DC has 42 law enforcement agencies, we have only 1 fire and EMS. They protect everything from our small homes and the river to the U.S. Capitol, federal buildings, and our national museums. The range of skills required is extraordinary. DC was mocked as having one of the worst EMS responses in the country to being tied for first. However, the success comes at a cost. The stress is tremendous. We must stay focused on the needs for mental health care for our first responders and expand the mental health support through the work of the Fire and EMS Foundation. I also want to highlight the K-9 Search and Rescue Team. As a donor to the foundation, I've seen the heroism of K-9 Margot, who recently received a citation for searching in a collapsed smoldering building for victims. I do not want to tread into the areas I do not know in detail, but I want to comment on the police and fire clinic. There are some issues which I followed in the press last year, but its relationship with MedStar is critical. I've been married to a physician for 46 years and know the importance of referrals through MedStar. Finally, I must address the ongoing failures at the Office of Unified Communication. Just 2 weeks ago, a first responder realized a dispatch address for an elderly patient with breathing difficulties did not exist. The firefighter had to call the victim's home directly to find the correct location, which was in an entirely different quadrant. This wasted extremely valuable time. DC Fire and EMS is doing their part. Now the city must fix the Office of Unified Communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drissel. Commissioner Ashley Ruff, ANC 7F.
Good morning, Chairwoman. Good morning, everyone else. I'm here as the commissioner for 7FO2 in Ward 7. And so my testimony today is In Ward 7, fire and EMS are not abstract agencies. They are the difference between life and death. They are responding to shootings, overdoses, cardiac emergencies, asthma attacks, house fires, and mental health crises at a disproportionately high rate compared to other wards. Our community experienced higher exposure to trauma and chronic illness. That means EMS is runs in Ward 7 are not occasional, they are frequent. They are intense and they are often preventable with stronger upstream investment in health and safety. Yet residents continue to raise concerns about response times, unit availability, and the strain on personnel serving high need areas east of the river. Whether precipitation or data, the lived experience of residents matter. When someone calls 911, seconds feel like hours. EMS teams in Ward 7 are working under enormous pressure. They deserve adequate staffing levels, modern equipment, trauma-informed training, mental health support for first responders, equitable deployment models based on all call volume and community need. If Ward 7 carries a heavier emergency burden, then Ward 7 should receive proportional resourcing. Equity is not equal distribution. It is distribution based on impact and demand. Fire and EMS are the last line of defense in crisis. We must ensure that they are not overstretched, undersupported, or operating reactively in communities that require sustained structural investment. Our residents deserve rapid, reliable emergency care, not resilience. Thank you again for the time. I yield the rest of my time.
Great. Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I just want to confirm that Patricia Stamper and Tanika Hawkins are not here. Okay, great. Well, thank you to all of our public witnesses. I want to start with you, President Hoagland, around the contract, because this is something that has been extremely frustrating and has led to a lot of delays. And as we talk about the fundamental issue of recruitment and retention and appreciating all of the hard work that goes in, what type of communication have you all received around when the contract will be completed and what can be expected?
Yeah, so we've declared impasse. So we are communicating with the Public Employee Relations Board, and where we are now is February 25th is the deadline for us to choose a panel of arbitrators. We strike three, ORCB can strike three, and then PERB chooses based on those rankings. So we've received that panel. I think we're just we're frustrated that we shouldn't have to go to these lengths to get a contract. We shouldn't have to go to arbitration. And we really wish that the city was more proactive about funding this, because this is just now going to turn into a costly process. And whatever the outcome of the arbitration is, it's going to put additional fiscal strains on the district, because we're going to have to find money that's not otherwise appropriated to the Workforce Investment Fund. So, I mean, and our members, just where their state of mind is, they feel like they still haven't even been properly compensated since the pandemic, right? And since then, we've had the presidential inaugurations. This summer, we're going to have America 250, the NFL draft on the mall, that Formula One race that people are talking about. These are all events on top of the normal workload, right? And you heard that the ANC commissioner from Ward 7, right? How busy and strained our units are. And I think it's only going to get busier as the weather gets warmer. So we're hoping that through the arbitration process that we'll be able to resolve a deal, and that once the arbitration process is resolved, I think the other commitment we need from the executives is to actually comply with the award. Because if you recall, when MPD received their award, the executive filed something in court saying that they had an inability to pay. Fast forward, we had a federal law enforcement takeover, and then they finally agreed to pay out their contract. So I think based on the timeline, unfortunately, too, once it's through arbitration, then it's got to go in front of you all for approval, and I'm worried that it's going to fall right on the summer recess. So it's going to take a little while for you to process it through. So we're really, in reality, probably looking at the end of this calendar year before there's legitimate resolution on it. And by the time we do that, we'll only have one fiscal year left on the deal that we're negotiating now. And this June, we have to file our intent to bargain for the next contract. So it's just this terrible, cyclical cycle. And I think we we need to start looking at better ways that we can fund this. To your point, I really appreciate your work on this drop bill to help with recruitment and retention. And hopefully we can get there and get that across the finish line. But everything you talked about in your opening, paramedic recruitment, everything like that, it's all related to this contract and needing to get a deal and making the District of Columbia an attractive employer for people to want to come and be firefighters here, as well as, I'm really excited about the UDC as a really good internal pathway to get district residents trained as paramedics and hired with our department.
Great. Well, thank you for that clarity. Can imagine how frustrating that is. And you touched on this a little bit and people feeling like they haven't been properly compensated since the pandemic, but can you speak to kind of what the state of mind is of your members of not having the CBA finalized?
It's incredibly frustrating. It affects morale. These are our members they do extraordinary things, but they're regular people with regular problems. Like everybody's talking about affordability, right? And that's a real thing that our members are struggling with too, and being able to pay the bills and just get a well-deserved raise that can help out, and so members can really feel supported for their work and how they've really been going above and beyond. Whether it's the snowstorm or one of these other things. So I think that would go a long way towards just helping the day-to-day, just people feeling supported in that way too.
Thank you. Well, I certainly will speak to the chief about it, and we'll keep pushing the city administrator and others in the mayor's office to towards resolution.
Yeah, I think the biggest frustration is we face a lot of procedural delays with ORCB. They file a lot of motions and things like that, and it's just because, and my sense of it is just because they're not getting the authorization from the top to continue with the process, and that's just a waste of a lot of legal fees for both sides. And we just, we need to get across the finish line.
And one more question on this, because when you talk about the process beginning for the next contract this June, have you ever had or been part of the department when something like this has happened before, where the last contract negotiation was so extended that the next one is already starting?
Yeah, it's the norm, unfortunately. Like I've been on the job now for 18 years, and when I came on the job, and the people who'd been here for 30 years said, "You will never negotiate agreement on time. The department's always going to owe you money." And I think we're really trying to flip the narrative as we're, I realize we're coming into this really challenging budget cycle, but I think it's maybe an opportunity too for the DC government to hit the reset button and really figure out, looking forward, how we can try to negotiate these agreements on time, because the longer they take, it's just the more expensive they become for everybody.
Yeah, and I'm going to do something risky, which is to think out loud. But I wonder if there should be some law in place that prevents extension such that the next contract is already going to begin. That doesn't seem very sensible. Yeah. Okay, well, to be discussed. And then you raised some concerning points about the apparatus. Can you talk about when certain vehicles were out of service and how that's impacted your members to respond to scenes in a timely manner? And then again, on the communication side with the new trucks, like what did that look like?
Yeah, so we're in an apparatus crisis, right? And I will focus on, it's really, the crisis is more on ladder trucks rather than engines. So ladder trucks are the trucks you see with the big aerial ladder on the top, where the person's driving in the back, and they have a specific function on fires. So what's been functionally happening is, we have 16 ladder trucks a day that need to be in service, and we have just about as many as reserves. But because we're not keeping up with preventative maintenance cycles, our reserve fleet falls into disrepair. So we end up in these situations where we have no ladder trucks to put people in. So then they end up getting put in an engine company. So you're changing the resource. So there's it increases response times, and then they have to transfer a ladder truck from another neighborhood to cover another one. So we're just downgrading our service. And it's just this terrible problem with so many different strains and factors, because when reserves are running as frontline, they can't be properly maintained. And when our frontline apparatus does not have a good reserve fleet, they miss their preventative maintenance goals. And so, we're only getting a couple years out of these very expensive capital assets, or they end up lasting long. And then, it turns into real safety issues. And They're just not in good condition. And while it's frustrating to me, like I've been on fires years ago where I sat in a bathroom when a ceiling fan was on fire, and I watched the entire bathroom catch on fire because our fire pump failed on the call. We had to wait for another engine to get there with a working pump to pump water through us so we could put the fire out. So I just don't want to see us get there again. And it's been really frustrating for the union because the mayor's been appropriating the money. And there's a lot, I understand that there's a lot of challenges in the apparatus industry. You can't walk to a car dealership and walk off the lot with a fire truck. But the department has not been being proactive and on top of ordering these trucks in order to get them in time. And I think what we're really focused on too, something pre-pandemic that wasn't as cost effective now, but is now much more cost effective given the rising costs of these apparatuses, doing something called a refurbishment, where you strip these fire trucks down to their bones and you repair a lot of their existing systems. And we've been pushing really hard over the years for stainless steel cabs, which is a very durable cab, to the point where, unfortunately, we've had some pretty bad crashes, and the members on the trucks think somebody just tapped their bumper or something, and the car will be totaled, but they're very safe for our members. And they're very user-friendly. They're custom built to operate in DC, right? We go into alleys, things like that, things that other city fire departments don't do. So one of these solutions now that they've come to is purchasing making a large purchase from this manufacturer, HME. And we've been going back and forth in labor management, really frustrated with the chiefs about them making this purchase, because they don't ride these trucks. We do. Our members do. We're the end users of these trucks. And everybody we talked to about these HME engines had concerns about their general quality, right? And they can arrive, their marketing is being able to arrive faster than other engines. But I think we'd be more comfortable if we were just buying like 4 or 5 of these. But to buy 18 of them, and we have 33 engines in our fleet, you're talking about replacing most of the fleet with an untested product, right? So we're just really concerned about that and don't think it's the best course of action for our members. And we're just worried that these things are not going to stand up to muster, right? So when we're coming into this uncertain budget times, right, where we might have to worry about our apparatus fleet funding being in jeopardy, then we're going to be stuck with these trucks that don't last and don't work. And it's going to lead to all kinds of safety issues, both for the public and our members.
Okay, well, thank you so much for that. And there's a lot we're looking into on the HME purchase process, and we'll certainly speak to the chief about it in a moment as well. So thank you for raising that. And Ms. Driscoll, I wanted to ask you, as you've been very involved for many years around supporting Fire and EMS Department and the foundation, have there been other improvements that you've seen over the last several years, or still gaps that you'd like us to focus on, as we're not quite yet in the budget season, but we're looking towards it in the weeks ahead, that you think should be priorities for the department?
Well, since I spent about 18 hours recently in emergency rooms, one of them I really was stunned at. These are all good emergency rooms, but one of them, I counted 25 people out in the hallways, and the person I was with was there for 6 hours, not in a room, but in a gurney. And she is 89, and she broke her humerus. Now, I will say, the nurse triage did call and go through all the things before when we called 911. And so they decided to take her, and I went there, and the hospital was overwhelmed. I was stunned. All the emergency high-tech rooms were totally filled. The hallways were completely filled, and the emergency waiting room was filled. I was stunned, and it was 6 or 7 hours later. And then after she said that she really didn't feel good enough to go home with me driving, they said it would be another 6 to 8 hours to get an ambulance to take her home. Well, I offered to take her home because I said, I know where all the potholes are, but it was really really distressful to see that. And then I was in two other, unfortunately, two other emergency rooms, and one was equally bad. The other one was excellent. So, and it was a very young family member, 26 years old, who had ventricular fibrillation at 150 beats per minute. And fire EMS was spectacular. And the hospital was fabulous, put him into a cardiac unit that is very highly specialized. But the hospitals, I thought the association was going to be here today. I really do think we need to hear what they're doing to help with the critical overload that we're facing. And it's only going to get worse because people's health insurance is too impossibly high to afford. So that's what I've been observing.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that. And I think the hospitals would be one of the first to tell you that it's one of the biggest challenges that they have is the overflow of the emergency rooms. And it's one of the reasons, it's not going to solve all of this, but it's one of the reasons I keep pushing on the nurse triage line and making sure that we're educating the public about it. I mean, I am in spaces every week where I'm talking at the nurse triage line and almost no one has ever heard of it. And so I think it's really important we continue to bolster our education to the public so people know there's access to this great resource without necessarily needing to go to the emergency room, and making sure that we're expanding our at-home visits and other access to medical care that doesn't overly rely on an emergency room visit that might not be the only or even the best option for you. But thank you very much. Just one last question. In terms of the wide array of issues that your members are dealing with, we've talked about it most often from the fire and prevention and EMT side, but for neighbors who are experiencing a mental health crisis, or you might be called out and there's a ongoing issue, what kind of training are you all getting around de-escalation or working with situations that may be challenging?
So it's kind of just generally stuff that's built into the standard EMT curriculum. And I think that's really what I think to your point about some improvements we can make through OUC and both on the street, right? There's a Department of Behavioral Health person stationed at OUC, right? And we need to get calls routed to them so they can help with people in crisis. But I think we're often placed in difficult positions with MPD where we're sort of like the mental health crisis responders and we have training with it. But usually by the time we get there, the person's in crisis and the outcome, it's just they're always just tough incidents, right? They're traumatic for the members to deal with. They're traumatic for the people because a lot of times we're wrestling with these people because they're they're under the influence of something or in some kind of state of crisis, and then they end up having to get handcuffed and things like that. So I think there's certainly opportunity for us to have more training. And I think we need to continue to explore ways maybe we can, embed people from DBH with our people or with MPD. So they're there and we've got some crisis responders who are primarily trained in mental health response, right? You can be there to help out or doing their own outreach and following some of our frequent flyers, right? Who do this, who might not be getting followed by a mental health professional regularly, things like that. So we get a little bit of training, but we're by no means experts. But I mean, look, every time we answer the call, someone's in crisis, right? So as our members gain experience, we get better at de-escalating, just because we deal with it every day, right? We're responding to everybody's emergency, and these are situations that we're used to dealing with. So we try to be a calming force from that perspective. But in terms of formal training beyond EMT, that'd be a good question to ask the department as well if they're doing more stuff around that. But besides just sort of our annual research with dealing with mental health emergencies, things like that, we don't get extensive training in de-escalation. We did a lot of training when we've had these issues with our members getting assaulted. So there's been a little bit of de-escalation training there, but by no means uniform.
Has that decreased, your members getting assaulted?
Yeah, it's still been popping up here and there. It seems to be calm for a while, but we've also been trying to kind of educate our members on the different forms of assault, right? Assault's not just getting physically assaulted, it's also verbal assaulting. So we have a reporting system that we try to get people to keep up with, but we also do need to do a lot more education around how to handle those situations. And we've also been working with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and we've got a direct line of communication with them now to make sure, because we had a couple issues where we would have these assaults, and it's the same charge as assaulting a police officer. It's like an APO charge. But when that when it drops down to a misdemeanor, the APO charge goes away. So we've been trying to work on some communication, also educating frontline MPD officers too, that, hey, when a firefighter gets assaulted, it's the same as when you guys get assaulted, so that people who aren't necessarily in the state of crisis, who, are still actually, getting the strong message is getting sent to them that it's not appropriate to assault firefighters.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And I want to also send my condolences to Keith Long, chief who passed away, and just another very, very sad loss for the department, and a important continuing reminder of how important the healthcare that you and your members are receiving are. And so look forward to continuing to working with you on that.
Yeah, we appreciate your leadership on that. The PFC contract is now out to bid and active again. So we're hoping we can make a lot of progress there.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you on your behalf to all of the members of IAFF. Appreciate you. And thank you, Ms. Dressel, for being here. Thank you, Commissioner Ruff, if you're still online, and to all of our public witnesses today. As a reminder, you can still submit your written testimony until March 4th. Till March 4th. Okay, we are going to call our government witness for today, John Donnelly, the Chief of the Fire and EMS Department. And anyone on your team who'll be joining you. Great. Welcome to you all. Hi. Good morning. Okay, wonderful. I'm going to ask if you could turn your mic on and introduce your name and your position for the record. We can start with you, Assistant Chief.
Gary Steen, Assistant Fire Chief of Services.
John Donnelly, Chief of Fire and EMS.
Andre Edwards, Assistant Fire Chief of EMS.
Great. Okay. And as you know, I'm going to swear you all in. You can keep your mics on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide for the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Well, welcome. And Chief, I'd like to invite you to make any opening statement that you may have.
Thank you. Of course, I need my glasses. Good morning, Chairperson Pena, council members and staff. I am John Donnelly, Chief of the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Department. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the department's performance during fiscal year 2025 and our priorities for fiscal year 2026. My testimony is also available online at fems.dc.gov. I want to begin by recognizing the extraordinary dedication of our uniformed and professional employees. Their commitment to public safety and health continues to make DC Fire and EMS one of the most respected fire and EMS agencies in the nation. 2 weeks ago, Battalion Fire Chief Keith Long passed away in the line of duty. He served the District of Columbia with honor for 38 years. His death is a reminder of the hidden dangers of this job, the increased risk that firefighters face of heart disease, cancer, infectious disease, and mental health disorders. He will be greatly missed. As I start my 6th year as chief, I am proud of the professionalism, resilience, and unwavering sense of duty displayed by every member of the department. Day after day, our teams embody the core values that define who we are: bravery, accountability, safety, integrity, compassion, and service. We call these the basics. These values are not just words on paper. They are lived out in every firehouse, on every call, and in every interaction in the community. In fiscal year 2025, our agency managed an extraordinary workload across emergency medical services and fire suppression and prevention. Our 2,265 employees responded to over 216,000 emergency incidents, which is about 600 per day, including nearly 36,000 fire-related incidents and 167,000 EMS calls. Of those calls, more than 61,000 were high or highest priority, requiring rapid response to a life-threatening situation. We transported 84,723 patients, and notably, 461 individuals required transport 10 or more times, accounting for 8,400 transports. A clear indicator of the complex needs in our community. Our nurse triage line diverted 2,600 calls to clinics, self-care, mobile urgent care, or telehealth, reducing 911 transports and emergency department load. On the fire side, we extinguished 308 structure fires, including 267 residential fires, and investigated over 1,700 fire code complaints, uncovering 14,505 violations. Through our community education programs, the department visited 8,572 residential homes and via the All Hands on Prevention initiative, and reached 861 seniors with fire prevention education. These numbers underscore both the scale and urgency of our mission, saving lives, preventing fires, and providing public safety and health to the community every single day. This past year, Fire and EMS demonstrated its readiness and resilience through a series of significant accomplishments that underscore our commitment to public safety and excellence. The response to the airplane crash on January 29th was a highly complex multi-agency recovery operation requiring seamless coordination with local, regional, and federal partners. And our first responders led the way in that effort. We're very proud of the work they did. But at the same time, this incident underscored the importance in addressing the members' mental and physical health during and after traumatic events. We've done a lot of work there. I'm sure there'll be some more questions about that. DC Fire and EMS continues to lead the nation in advancing pre-hospital care and improving patient outcomes to address the critical need for locally trained advanced life supporters. We've expanded our partnership with the University of District of Columbia to launch an accredited paramedic program for our students and the community, and we strengthen our ties with OSSE's Advanced Technical Center to help build the pipeline of students that will be ready for this. Just this year in January, the first student started the general education requirements for the paramedic program at UDC. Another milestone achieved was an ISO Class 1 rating, which is an insurance services office rating that rates the DC Fire Department among the highest in the nation, one of 500 departments or so with this rating out of about 22,000. We continue to invest in community education and preparedness through programs in workforce and development and community engagement. Programs such as Camp Spark provide meaningful exposure to fire and EMS careers for young women. And this year, we will expand our offerings to district students with Camp Ignite for young men. We look forward to welcoming the Marion Barry Summer Youth Employment participants in our 2026 Action Program. And our cadet program for DC high school graduates is currently in its 28th cohort. This program creates pathways to the middle class and helps build a stronger, more diverse workforce. Finally, we continue our capital improvement projects that support our 24-hour operational posture for our department. This means that we manage industry-wide backlogs through aggressive purchasing, that we are managing our facilities, that we're being preventive in our heating and air conditioning, the roof leak problems, the door problems, the concrete problems that happen to every firehouse. It is also important for us to maintain the PPE and equipment that our firefighters use. And we have equipped each firefighter now with a personal escape system, which is the work of a collaborative work between the local and the fire department in making sure that we have this important piece of equipment for our members. Looking ahead to the rest of FY26, we are advancing key initiatives to tackle persistent challenges and strengthen our ability to serve the district and its residents. First, EMS demand and fire and technical rescue calls remain elevated, among the highest levels we've ever seen. This requires careful resource allocation to maintain citywide coverage and prevent employee burnout. Our ability to balance personnel and equipment across a growing workload is critical to sustaining operational readiness. Second, ambulance patient offload times. That's the time it takes to transfer the patient from the cot once we get to the hospital, continues to pose challenges for unit availability. We are working closely with DC Health, the DC Hospital Association, and hospital leadership to improve patient flow and reduce delays, ensuring that our ambulances return to service as quickly as possible. This is important because the trickle down of a delay affects unit availability across the city, not only in ambulances, but in fire trucks. Third, we believe that the expanded pre-hospital triage and diversion to neighborhood clinics and neighborhood alternative destinations like the Stabilization Center and the Comprehensive Psychiatric Emergency Program will provide some much needed relief and assistance to our emergency departments. These efforts will be supported by our Office of the Medical Director and our community risk reduction programs. Fourth, in collaboration with our partners at the Office of Unified Communications, we have connected the district's computer-aided dispatch system to a regional system. This CAD-to-CAD integration will allow more efficient dispatch of resources to major emergencies and during our many special events. These strategic goals reflect our determination to innovate, adapt, and deliver exceptional service to the residents and visitors of the district, even in the face of evolving challenges. They also reflect our determination to do more with existing resources while advancing Mayor Bowser's goals for public safety, economic mobility, and government accountability. Chairperson Pinto, thank you for your continued support of the DC Fire and EMS. Together with Mayor Bowser and the council, we have achieved remarkable progress, and we remain committed to building on that success. Our employees stand ready to confront any challenge, innovate in patient care, and deliver exceptional service. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. My team and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you so much, Chief Donnelly, and thank you for that great update and report, and for all you and your team and every member of Fire and EMS. They do all day, every year. It is not an easy job, and we are extremely grateful for all of the work of the department. I want to start with staffing. As you know, one of my biggest priorities is ensuring the department has sufficient staffing so that everybody can have a handle on their job requirements, not be so burnt out from overtime. When we think about the progress of the paramedic program, I'm worried about the nationwide shortages that we're seeing kind of impacting our city as well. Last performance oversight hearing, you testified that UDC was estimating it would be able to start taking students for this program in spring of 2026. In this year's responses, you said the department and UDC are on track to begin spring 26 with the first cohort starting general education coursework planned for later in FY 26. So given your testimony today, is it the case that the first cohort has been able to start their general coursework, but has
Yes.
not been able to start the paramedic coursework?
That's correct.
Okay, and why is that?
It's UDC still working on the accreditation piece is, I think, the way to describe that. They're still working on a piece. They're on track. They had some staff changes. They have a medical director on board now, and they just changed their program lead. One of the things we've learned about this, I think government would always like to be fast to adapt, and we're not always. The education system is a little slower. But that they took patients or took students, not patients, is a positive sign. I'm very proud of that. Simultaneous to that, though, the department has done a lot of work, and I'd like that Chief Edwards to talk a little bit about where we are with paramedic development internally and some of the other things we've been doing, because it's really remarkable how many of our members are interested in getting this training so that they're better equipped to help the citizens and just be better at their job.
Great. Go ahead, Chief.
Good morning. So just to give an update on the paramedic school. So we've done working with the local and the department to advertise the various paramedic schools that are available. And so currently we have 57 students that are currently in paramedic school, with 12 students that are at UDC and 9 students that will start at another institution here on Monday. And one student who's at a community college outside of the district. And so we've been working really hard to make sure that we expand it while we're still working with the UDC program leads to ensure that we offer the best program that we can for everyone. Just for update for the UDC program, like the chief explained, we expect for them to be accredited here hopefully by the fall. And so the members that we have are taking the general education requirements to get their associate's degree. Once the accreditation happens, we'll put out another announcement to see if we add to the fall semester to increase the number of our members that will be able to go to the paramedic program. One interesting fact is that the majority of the people that are actually going through paramedic programs at this time are actually all DC residents. So all of the members that we currently have in the UDC program are DC residents, which I think is a good highlight to the success of what we're trying to do here in the city.
Yeah, that's fantastic news. I love to hear that. And when you said we're expecting to have the next cohort start, do you know what that date would be?
For UDC or?
Yes, for UDC.
So we're hopeful for the fall. So they have, right now, we have it planned out for a spring and summer session to do all the general education requirements. And then for the fall to start the paramedic course of study.
Okay. What I'm trying to understand, and only so that we can help UDC make sure that they have what they need to do this, is how do we ensure we don't get to the fall and then they say, we actually need another year?
So I think that's the working together. That's the lead. They have the resources they need to do this. I think just like a lot of program management, it's just got to happen. So we have a regular meeting process with them where we can hold each other accountable for the different things that need to happen. I think them getting a medical director, and they lost their program lead toward the end of last year. It's a pretty specialized position. So they got a new person. So they have the resources they need. It's getting it done. It's going through a bureaucratic process, and they know how to do accreditation. That's part of what they do. So they're better equipped to do this than anybody else.
Okay. Okay, well, I will follow up with them as well, but
Appreciate it.
happy there's some,
That's probably what we need.
okay, got it.
I know Councilmember Fruman's talking to them a lot.
Great. We'll collaborate with him. Okay, so you heard a conversation I had with President Hoagland a couple minutes ago around the CBA.
Yes.
What is going on?
So I think that he's right. It's frustrating. It's also part of a process that has to take into account the district's budget, the district's priorities, and the district's needs. I would rather be in a position sitting up here saying that we had a contract in place. I'd like to note that last year was the first year in the time I've been on the job that we negotiated a compensation contract where members receive compensation without going to arbitration. So while it's the norm, it shouldn't be. I'd like to be in a better place. I think this is a bigger district-wide challenge than just the fire department being treated a different way. But it is frustrating. It does affect our members. So, I wish we weren't there. That isn't what we were last time, but it is where we are today.
Okay, and what do you see as the next steps or timeline for finalization?
So the timeline's already in process because we are in an arbitration. We've reached impasse, and there's a process that moves along through OLRCB and PERB. There's no, I don't believe there's any way to influence that process is driven by the availability of arbitrators in the system at this point.
Is there any point, if it continues to be dragged along, that the department would get involved in a different way?
I'm not sure how I can be involved in a different way. We're negotiating that, to the extent we could talk about that process. I think we're all engaged. I think President Hoagland's description is accurate. His frustrations, we're aware of, we've talked about. I'm not denying his frustrations. I'm not denying his timeline and the things. I think that this is not the only way contract in the district that's like this. So it's more of a district-wide thing, and that makes it a challenge.
So as you think about that challenge, and it appears to be ongoing with other departments, and also that's something that your contract has had for other cycles, are there other ways that you think we should redesign this process so that we're not here every couple of years dealing with the same problem?
So I think negotiated contracts have been an amazing benefit to employees, not only in this city and not only in this fire department industry, but across the country for our safety, for wages for workers, for making sure there's things like retirement. It's a process. I would be very reluctant to tinker it with it and take away somebody's ability to have a good negotiation. That I think that's really important. It's frustrating. I understand that. But it's also an important thing. What'd be really nice is to have more revenue. So, because the revenue seems to be the holdup, we're able to negotiate through every other part of the contract. It comes down to what the things that cost money, and do we have them available in a budget? And if you give them to the fire department, where are you going to cut it from in the other part of the budget? And, nobody, we see what any cuts do in this budget cycle to different things. And I just don't know where that is. I think we deserve all the money we can negotiate, and that's important. Our members do.
Mhm. Yeah, and I know you share this view, so this isn't a challenge to you, but it just seems that in our prioritization, ensuring that our public safety functions and the people who carry this work out needs to be the priority first and foremost, and then we can get to all the other things that we want to.
So, I mean, the big ones in front of us have been police and teachers. There's other people in line behind us. So, should the fire department be in front of police and teachers? I'm going to say all the time. But that's, there's a police chief that's going to say different, and fire chief and the Department of Public Works. It's hard, and it's about money. I mean, our budgets are razor thin. So council member, where would we cut the money to get it in the overall budget for the city? And I think that's what the holdup is, and that's why we need to go to arbitration, so that it can drive the budget process to force us to make some harder choices about priorities.
Okay.
But that's dangerous, right? That's dangerous to the overall budget, because we might have to cut other things that we don't like, that we don't want to cut.
Well, hopefully those cuts won't come from your department budget.
I hope not. I hope not. There's nothing to cut, so
Right.
there's nothing to cut here,
'Cause-
but it's other things, right? It's a citywide process that we're talking about. It's not just us.
Yeah. No, I know that. And I think, I'll just say in the budget generally, and I feel that this has been missed in the conversation over the last couple of weeks about this, is that we knew the ARPA dollars were not sustainable. We got an influx of billions of dollars from the federal government, and we acted as though that was going to be a part of our budget on an annualized basis. But the department, your department, and the pay for your members should not be on the chopping block because of the lack of sustainable funding choices that we made.
Yeah,
in
I hope
other
it's
areas.
not on the chopping block, but I feel like it's the process is taking us to a place where other things will be on the chopping block, but we need some leverage for those cuts.
Got it. Okay, well, count me as a partner in that work
I
as well.
appreciate that.
You noted in your testimony, and I can't believe this, that last month marked the 1-year anniversary of the DCA plane crash over the Potomac, and fire and EMS was just vital to that entire operation and all the aftermath. And the first responders who dealt with that tragedy, understandably, faced a huge amount of trauma in dealing with that. Your testimony mentioned the launch of DC's first Fire Assistance Center with IAFF. Is the Fire Assistance Center still operational, and what were
No.
some of the lessons learned
Right.
from?
So,
opening that?
so we, for the first time, we brought General President Ed Kelly came from the IFF, and Dave came to the command post on the second or third day of the event. And the president offered to us through Local 36 the activation of one of their go teams as a response team. So that's what that's referring to. They set up the following week for about 7 days in one of the hotels and met with people to help quarterback care to the right places, to talk to people. They brought clinicians in, things like that. So no, there isn't an operation, a stand-up still going on. One of the remarkable things that happened during the event was in the first 2 hours, no later than the end of the second hour, we had activated our peer support team, as had our partners across the region. That peer support team is made up of members of the department. It's led by a joint Local 36, Local 3721, and myself to help get people into let them understand what stress is, what's may happen to them, that their feelings are normal, and if they need it, how to get help. That is ongoing. We have the fire department clinician that works with that program, but it's one person, and that is a lot of work. We also have resources at the clinic, and one of the things in the new statement of work on that RFP is out is a beef up in those services, really based on, we knew we needed more access to clinicians. And I think that this incident drives home that point. You need scalable resources to do that. So I think we're in a better spot than we were, but there's the things we see aren't normal. The work our people do becomes normal to them, and that's a challenge. So we have to do what we can to support them in that and help them realize that the feelings they have about those are normal, and that you can treat them and you can do things about them.
Okay, well, thank you for your work there in standing that up. Have you seen any other expansions of the role that O2X can play in mental health support for the department?
So one of the legs, so mental health support never stands alone, in my view. It's all part of how you take care of your mind and body. O2X does a lot of our body stuff, and I think somebody that has a healthy body is going to be better at having a healthy mind. The two aren't one-to-one related, but they're related. O2X has some proposals, some ideas about things they could do about resilience, and we've been talking to them about that, but I'm not sure that is the particular answer to having more clinicians. So we're trying to balance some priorities around that. I'd also be careful about any particular vendor as any particular choice. I'm a fan of O2X. I work with them. They do great things, but I'd always be careful to just limit it to one vendor. There's a lot of people out there. MPD they have a great program. It's not O2X.
Okay. We've had several discussions over the last couple of years about the police and fire clinic supporting the physical and mental health needs of your members. And I understand that the contract for the PFC has been put out to bid. Were other interested parties notified that this bid was put out?
I have to ask OCP that. We've asked to make sure they do that. I know that we've shared information with the local. I assume that they have talked to people as well.
Okay. And do you have an update on the status of that contract, or if the union will have a say in the selection process?
So the contracts or the request for proposals is open to the 15th of March. In talking to the director at OCP, they've got some questions back from a variety of different vendors. So they're working on the process of answering those questions for all vendors. She mentioned the date may be extended. I'm not sure what the details of that are. That's all part of the procurement process. And I imagine that Local 36 will have a role on the evaluation panel in some way, shape, or form, but I'm not sure what that is in terms of if it's an observer or a voter because of the legalities in it.
An observer or a voter, you said?
Right. I don't know which role.
Okay. Well, I think, and you kind of touched on this a little bit too, of people being closest to the problem and the services that members have been receiving. And I think that that input seems to be very important in the selection of, or at least the services that are going to be available to them.
Yeah, I agree. I think we've talked about how to expand the services. We want to meet more of the wellness and fitness initiative that we've adopted. We want to make sure that we're doing all the things in the national standard, and that's part of what this is doing. One of the things it's diverged from in our traditional role with the clinic, right, is it's a heavier focus on wellness than the clinics had in the past, and it's an intentional focus on that. I think one of the important things to remember, though, is that a lot of the complaints that we get are workers' comp type complaints, and the clinic also administers our workers' comp program. If so, being able to do that offers a lot of advantages and speed to the department that wouldn't be available in the regular workers' comp process. It also allows us to understand the complex nature of the work that police and firefighters do. So most of our interactions, a great majority of them at the clinic, even in serious cases, are great. But we do hear about the outliers. And in a lot of ways, what we're trying to do here is address the outliers and raise the bar. So that's important.
Okay. Well, I look forward to staying in touch about that
Absolutely.
moving forward. So let's talk a little bit about the apparatuses.
Sure.
You heard the conversation I had earlier with Mr. Hoagland. The past budget cycle, we saw that the capital budget for fire and EMS had a majority of the money for the replacement of fire apparatus that was allocated to FY26 and a significantly smaller amount allocated for replacement of over the course of the financial plan. When we asked about this, the department referenced how long wait times and nationwide shortages of apparatus has meant that the district would front end a lot of its ordering to ensure that they could keep up with the apparatus replacement plan and help DC keep its place in line among other jurisdictions. So how do you think about that in juxtaposition to what we heard from Mr. Hoagland around the lack of input from members? And to date, how many and what types of vehicles have you all ordered?
So I'll let Chief Steen in a moment talk about the numbers. I think we've had a unique situation in the district for a long time with the way we can purchase. And when I say unique, what I'm saying is that we have capital budget 5 years and now 7 years out, and we've never been able to access that money in the future. Saying today, we know we're going to need this fire truck in 3 years. We should be able to procure it now so it can be built and delivered and paid for in 3 years. Just this year for the department, we've been able to access that money. So going forward, I think that's very helpful in terms of keeping a place in line with manufacturers. That's the hardest thing for us. We have not been able to maintain a place in line until a purchase order is issued. And our purchase orders take anywhere from 12 months to 18 months to get issued because that's just part of the process. So that's been a challenge. I would say, though, that today our problem with ladder trucks isn't so much about replacement, and that we have 32 ladder trucks. 2 of those are at a vendor being combined into one. One, we're working on a price for it had a fire in it, and we're going to be doing a rehab or a re-chassis of that one. But the other ones are out of service, and many of them have been out of service months. And they've been out of service months because we are waiting on parts. And it isn't necessarily a lack of maintenance. You get behind in maintenance when a fire truck is sitting at a vendor where it's waiting on a part from a vendor, another vendor, and you can't do maintenance on it. Our goal is 100% of our apparatus get the maintenance they're supposed to on time. We don't meet that, but we're close, or closer than we've ever been. The challenge has been the way we've had to purchase as the District of Columbia. And when you talk in the contract about, is there a way to do it differently? I think we're doing it differently now. So this year, we're going to be placing specifications for the future. I would like to say one thing, though, about the committee. We've done the committee work, right? We have
You've done the what work?
We've done the committee work with the local. One of the things and one of the reasons that we're struggling with some deliveries right now is a group of us, or a group from all of us worked. We we issued a contract to Ferrara for a fire truck that met not only the national standards, but the unique needs of the department, and they can't deliver it. And we've spent a long time, over a year, trying to work that out. We have a solution now. We're working with OCP to implement that solution, but it means transferring the contract to another manufacturer inside the group that owns this other manufacturer. It's really complicated. We also have a similar problem with them and the ladder trucks that we ordered, and we have to go do it. So this isn't, that particular one is we work together in a group. It did take a long time to get the purchase order. We got in line, and then the manufacturer decided they couldn't do it. So it's a complex set of many problems. And together, we've been working through a solution for that. And I think that's important to understand. Chief Steen, can you talk about what we have waiting on delivery and what we have ordered?
Yes, in procurement currently with requisitions, in procurement currently with requisitions, we have 38 ambulances, 4 towers, and 18 pumpers. With POs waiting on delivery are 51 ambulances, 10 TDAs, and 16 engines. And within that is what Chief Donnelly just described with the one manufacturer that's not able to build what we have a purchase order with.
And are any of those orders from this year?
From FY26.
FY26?
Yes. And one of the TDA orders is from FY25.
And the remainder are from this year?
No, they're from various years.
All the way back to FY22, where we're waiting on delivery.
Got it. Okay, so how many have been ordered this fiscal year?
For trucks,
For
two
trucks.
towers. And I'm having a meeting March 6th with the apparatus committee and apparatus deputies, where they are currently reviewing all the proposals, and they're going to meet with me, and we're going to make decisions then and submit requisitions.
So it's a request for purchase to OCP on the towers. It's not a completed purchase order, just in clarity.
I see. Okay. And how many tower trucks do you have total?
We have one.
You have one, and so you're trying to order 2 new ones?
Yes.
And then the one you have would be no longer necessary, it would still be used?
Well, we'd have to assess its condition. It'd be nice if it could be a reserve, but we've used that truck very hard. I'm not sure it should be a reserve. We'd have to see. I'd be open to keeping it, but
Okay.
we'll see.
I've been in that tower truck.
It's pretty cool.
It's
a really
it
important.
helped me overcome my fear of heights. But okay, I have more questions on this, but I will come back. We've been joined by my Ward 6 colleague, Councilmember Charles Allen, who's a member of this committee, former chair of this committee. Welcome, council member, and I'll turn to you now for a 10-minute round.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And thank you for asking a lot of the apparatus questions that I was going to be asking. So I'm going to focus on the river.
Yes.
You had a hunch, though, I'm pretty sure. All right. I'm going to start with, as we obviously are all trying to figure out how we protect the health of the Potomac River right now, has the department given any specific guidance around training in the Potomac River or in the Anacostia River to the members?
Yeah, we're not getting in the river unless it's an emergency right now.
Okay. Is that both rivers or just Potomac right now?
Let me clarify. I think it's any water.
I'm sorry.
I think it. Chief Keller. It's just the Potomac.
Okay. And great debate around this. Is the Washington Channel part of the Potomac River?
I would say yes, because the water comes in through the tidal, can enter through the tidal base.
I agree. Sometimes I find strongly held feelings that people think somehow the Washington Channel is its own unique body of water. Okay, so specific guidance has gone from the department around training in the Potomac and Washington Channel, not in the Anacostia, though.
Right.
Okay, so we have
And in general, too, our responses to the river for rescue operations always include the hazmat unit long before this, because acknowledging that the waterway is a place where you get contaminated. We track anytime rescuers enter the water for trainings, we keep logs of that for exposure already. My personal experience is picking up some of the worst ear infections you can imagine from being in the water. So that is not a new thing. What's new to us is right now, we're not putting anybody in the water for training, really. At the end of the day, that's what it is.
Okay. Is there any additional or different guidance we're giving for in the event of an emergency when a member does need to get into the water in the Potomac? Are there any additional precautions or warnings being given at this point? Or is it just don't go in unless it's an emergency using your normal preventive measures you would take?
So we put swimmers in the water in either swiftwater rescue gear or a dive suit. They shouldn't be in the water with that. So we haven't, as best I know, we haven't changed any direction there, but I could be wrong. There could be something I'm missing.
Okay. All right. And then does the mayor's designation last night change anything, or the operations, you already put that into effect?
We put that into effect about a week before the weekend. So
Before last weekend.
Yeah.
So it's been in effect for about a week.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to ask you if you'd eat the fish out of the river right now. All right. Let me turn to the Glen.
Okay.
All right. So in the pre-hearing responses, the department said that the contract to replace the boat due to technical issues required withdrawal of that approach. What were the technical issues that required us to pull back?
So they issued a contract, OCP issued a contract. Apparently there were elements of it that didn't comply with district purchasing law or rules on the technical side of the contract. In all those addendums, the fire department's responsible for the addendum about the need and the specifications. All these other addendums, there were some of those that didn't comply apparently, and that had to be pulled back. And OCP's preference going forward is to issue a design build contract so they can eliminate two separate contracts. This previous contract was just the design contract. So
I guess before I get to the next step,
Sure.
I'm trying to make sure I understand why we have had to withdraw. So the technical issues were around OCP procurement?
And their legal counsel felt that the contract could not be legally entered into by the District of Columbia.
So the failure is at OCP?
Yeah, something happened there, yes.
I got to figure out what the something is. So is it an error? Is it a failure from Fire and EMS's
It's not
design
from
of the
Fire and
contract?
EMS. We don't design the contract. We say we need a statement of work, right? We have a limited input into, there's a lot of laws and regulations about contracting in the city. Our addendums are two parts of about 26 in a contract. It's one of those other parts. I'm not clear on which one. We did our best to say that we're far down the road here. How do you do that? But their legal counsel is the person you're going to need to get that from.
All right. So we can follow up with OCP if it's their failure. This isn't a new need. Okay. So in your response now, reach the next steps. You say that a new request for proposals is active to competitively procure professional vessel integrator services. When did the new RFP go out?
So do we say it's out, or it's that so the statement of work is currently been returned by Fire and EMS to OCP for inclusion in an RFP. I didn't think we answered that it was
The
out.
phrasing was it's active. That can mean
It's-
so many
we're-
things.
We've submitted a new request for a purchase of this service. So it is in that process. It looks like it's in the procurement system. It hasn't gone to an RFP yet because OCP needs to incorporate the statement of work.
Okay. That tracks with what I'm seeing,
Okay.
which is that there is no RFP that's actually out. OCP doesn't have anything on their public facing portal. So active could mean you're requesting OCP to take this action, but it hadn't been taken yet.
Yeah, there's so many systems. It's active in the
Government is nimble.
system.
Government is so efficient and nimble. All right. So the other response you had here is based on current industry conditions and the complexity for a new NFPA 1925 Class 2 steel hull ice-capable fireboat, a realistic project timeline is approximately 34 to 48 months from design start to final delivery. So we are looking at 4 years after we go through an RFP process, after an evaluation and award is made. I'm thinking best case scenario 5 years from now.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we had the Glen back in dry dock a little over a year ago, put back into service. What I had been told previously is that each time we take it out of service and we patch it up, fix it up, we basically can get kind of 4 to 5 years out of it till it's got to
It
get back
needs to
in.
go every 5 years.
Right.
Right. I mean, it's not we could get out of it. It needs to go every 5 years.
So-
That's a maintenance schedule.
I'm just trying to do the math here. So it is 1 year into its 5 years. I'm looking at a 5-year best case scenario. Are we going to have to put the Glen 4 years from now back into dry dock and we still haven't gotten its replacement?
That would be our plan. Yes.
That's a horrible plan. All right. Here's what I also think is going to happen. You've got OCP somehow screwed up, and so now your contract's been pulled back. You don't actually have an RFP that's out.
Right.
You got $25 million in the budget for this project for a contract that's not out. None of those dollars have been obligated, and an RFP is not being issued. And gosh, we're headed into a tight budget. Sure seems it's awfully attractive now, and I'm not going to say
Sure.
you, but I'm going to say the departments have left us in a position. It's awfully attractive to sweep this money in a tough budget.
I hope not.
I'll be beyond angry if that happens. It boggles my mind that we're going to go back and put the Glen back into dry dock yet again. Have you made clear to the executive that you don't want that money swept?
That conversation hasn't happened. I'm hopeful we're going to get a purchase order that commits that money before we have to get to the sweep.
Has that conversation happened yet?
For what?
That you want to get that purchase order and get that awarded before this budget comes
I'm
down?
in regular contact with the OCP director about this.
How about the city administrator or the budget director? I want to
Yes,
protect
the
these.
city,
I will protect
the
these
city
numbers for you.
administrator, yeah, I mean, the city administrator asked me about the Glen status, as does the deputy mayor, as does the mayor occasionally.
All right. I mean, you know, this is something I'm going to keep coming on until we get this done. Fireboat 2, it's been
Okay.
out of service for the last 2 months or so.
Do you have information?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. How long has it been out of service?
I don't know the exact amount of days. but
I guess, is it ballpark 2 months or is it ballpark,
ballpark
6
2
months?
months, yes.
Okay. Why is Fireboat 2 out of service right now?
It needs a motor replaced.
All right. What's our approximate timeline for replacing the motor?
So the requisition has been submitted. We're waiting for the purchase order to be issued, and the vendor is lined up. The motor is on order, and as soon as everything goes through, it's going to be trailered and the motor will be replaced. The PO may have been issued. I need to verify that.
Okay. And trying to help translate that into an approximate timeline. Is that a 3 to 6 month process? Is that a year-long process? I'm not going to pin you down for an exact date. I'm just trying to get a ballpark understanding of what that looks like.
I would say that once it gets there and gets back, it could be 30 to 60 days.
Okay. All right. And where is it currently, Fireboat 2? Like where's the
I
shop?
believe it is still at the marina. It hasn't been trailered out yet.
Okay. All right. It's just not, it's out of service, but it's still physically there right now.
To my knowledge, yes, but I can verify and get back to you on that.
Okay, got it. And Madam Chair, with your discretion, can I ask one more question? Okay, thank you. I know I'm a little over time. Other project that I care deeply about, our apparatus and training facility. Can you share, and I don't know if the chair already asked this, but kind of give an update on the status of where we are from the design process and some of our next steps to move that project forward?
Sure, Chief Steamle.
With the new fleet facility,
Yes, sir.
the new fleet facility the design is done. It was awarded. They are currently doing excavation down there for the SSE side of that for the school bus lot. And then once that's done, the construction will commence for the fleet side of it. So the project is underway.
Okay. Are the capital costs completely included in the budget for all the construction work necessary?
Not yet.
Right. I feel like I agree with you. That's my read of it as well. So how far do we get along in this process if we don't have the full capital dollars available? But we've got the design work, that's a good big step. We've started the demolition to get it ready. Are we just prepping the site, or how much construction are we able to do if we don't have the full project funded?
It is my understanding that it'll be funded in the out years, that it has the funding that it needs now for the work that is being done. And each year it'll continue to be funded for the work to be completed.
Okay. I believe, and we obviously work with the committee chair on this, I don't believe we actually have the full out year capital funding and obligation to be able to deliver the completed project. And the chief, looked like you're agreeing with me on that. So I do believe we have to make a priority in the capital budget that would be submitted in a couple of months, hopefully, to make sure we have that funding there. Because I don't want to definitely start construction on something and we can't deliver it. And I do think we all acknowledge we desperately need this. Our current fleet maintenance shop is too small for the job, outdated, and this could really be something we absolutely need.
It's a 5-phase project.
Yeah.
So there'll be phases of it that we hope to do all in a row, that it will include moving logistics there.
Yep.
Right, which is the 5th phase. It's being submitted as a priority on the fire department side.
Yeah. Okay. And look forward to working with the chair of the committee on this as well to make sure that that project gets the funding it needs and can get done, because it's a big project to deliver for the department and for all the apparatus needs. And I
Absolutely.
think to the earlier questions we had around being able to maintain our apparatus and being able to keep them all, I think this facility and obviously the work that takes place in it will go a long way to being able to help meet that need too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the ability to go a little over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Allen. So part of the discussion that we're all having is around the ordering of new pieces and new parts. How do you consider the maintenance needs for the ongoing equipment for apparatus and some of the trucks to ensure that they're still in workable condition, especially given some of the backlog issues?
Absolutely. Chief Steam?
So each individual class of apparatus has its own maintenance schedule that includes a PMA, a PMB, which is every 3 to 4 month preventive maintenance interval and then an annual interval. And for aerial ladders, we do a third-party testing of them annually. And for pumping apparatus, we do third-party pump testing on them annually as well, which all leads to the proper preventive maintenance being done, which as long as we are staying relatively close to being on time with our preventative maintenance, that our uptime for unit apparatus is closer to the mark of where our KPIs are.
And then
Okay.
one of the other things that I think goes on there is that our members, the employees, especially the technicians and officers, can submit other problems with the fire trucks. One of the changes that we've done at the shop is to try and address all of the problems, or as many of the problems as you can, that are outstanding when it's there. That leads to some increased out of service time, but it stops or limits our deferred problems. So it's one of the many factors that contributes to, maintaining your apparatus. The third-party testing is extremely important. That's relatively new to the department. We, like all the engines, the third-party testing doesn't say there'll never be a failure because there may be a failure at some point. But in my view, it's the best way for us to assure that our apparatus is ready to go. If a ladder fails its UL test, we take it out of service. We do the repairs before it goes back in service. If a pump doesn't pass the UL test, and UL is the generic term, we actually use a different vendor, but a third-party test, then it doesn't stay in service. So, that's our commitment to safety too, is that the third party is looking at what we're doing for the core functions. And I think that's really important.
Okay. That's good to hear, and that makes sense for kind of the ongoing reporting nature. What was the department's completion rate for the preventative maintenance A interval in FY 2025 and the PMB interval?
Yeah. Was that one of the questions? Do you remember?
In performance oversight, I think
Yeah.
so.
Can I refer to the book? Yes.
Yes, if it's in there.
I'm gonna have to
I don't
find
know
it.
that it was answered
Yeah.
in the written responses, which is why I'm hoping you all may have
It
it,
wasn't in the written. Okay. So
was-
can we get that for you?
but not answered.
Okay. We'll get that for you.
Okay, thank you. For both the preventative maintenance A interval and the PMB interval.
On pumpers, ladder trucks, and ambulances. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the coordination with OUC. I mentioned in my opening that we have a new bill that we introduced today that clarifies that would make the medical director for fire and EMS also the medical director for OUC and ramp up the training for call takers on the medical side. How are things going with the nurse triage line, where a dispatcher redirects certain non-emergency calls to nurses who can diagnose the caller over the phone, advise callers on where to seek care, or arrange non-emergency transport? Have you seen an uptick in usage of this? Has the department explored other ways to kind of educate the public on this resource?
So I think what we've seen is we're reporting a decrease in use, I think, is what our report shows, that there's less use, but I think our reporting has gotten a little better and more detailed. Most of the referrals to nurse triage come from our providers in the field who get to the scene and say, hey, this person qualifies for nurse triage. We're going to send them that way. It's a great option. The challenge is, does our system have the ability at the call taker level to actually filter people out?
Chief, sorry,
Go ahead.
just for the public watching, can you back up a little, talk about the process of what this actually looks like
Sure.
in practice?
So when somebody calls 911, they're asked a series of questions by a call taker. Based on those questions, the computer recommends a level of response. That level may be nurse triage line, it may be a BLS response, or it may be an ALS response, it may be a joint police and fire response. If it goes to the nurse triage line, it is transferred to a nurse. Sometimes they work from the OUC, sometimes it rolls to a call center. Whoever it is, it's a nurse that's licensed to work in the district. And that nurse then asks another series of questions and has some interactions, learns the patient history, sort of like an intake at your doctor's office, and then figures out what the best thing to do for that patient is. Sometimes the nurse will hear something that says, oh, this person needs an ambulance, and it'll go right back to the 911 system to send an ambulance. Other times, they may refer them to telehealth, make that connection so that they can have the telehealth appointment. If that telehealth appointment results in a prescription, we will use a lift for hire transportation of some sort to get them to the pharmacy and back to get their medicine. If it may direct them to one of our clinics if they're eligible for that, and send them to a clinic. Sometimes the nurse can just give it, and we can also, if they need transportation, help them back and forth. A lot of the people that the nurse triage system is designed for, transportation limited. Then the other option is that the nurse can give them some self-care tips and they can go on by themselves. And I think we have a breakdown of how these end up. So it's a wide variety of ways. For me, the innovation is increasing our telehealth capability. And I know the vendor's talking to some local telehealth providers to see if there's a way to do that in partnership with them. I'm a believer that in having video in the 911 center so that the call taker can see the person and that the person can see the call taker and the nurse, or the nurse especially, for that interaction will really help increase the use of this. It's an evolution. I think it's clear with the healthcare challenges and the way emergency rooms are overloaded in our community that other alternatives and other ways to access healthcare and feel better, because people are calling us because they want to feel better at the end of the day. And sometimes they only feel they can be better when they have an interaction with a doctor. So I think a video interaction will go a long way to maybe increasing the way this is accepted and giving us an ability to expand it and make it work better.
Can you talk about some of the specific criteria that your members use to make a determination on who's eligible to go to the nurse triage line versus who really needs to go to the emergency?
We actually have a pretty simple protocol on it. I'd like to send that to you. I'd be really generic
Okay.
on that. But if you're having chest pains, if you're having trouble breathing, that's not what we're sending there. If you're having a baby, that's not what's being sent there. If you have major bleeding, a gunshot wound, those types of things aren't going there. It's an ill-defined illness for 6 days where you have a cough that you can't shake. It's those types of calls.
Okay. And do you all track the number of calls that are eligible to go to the nurse triage line versus the people who actually take you up on that offer?
I think we used to, but I think there's a lot of challenges. The call buckets are pretty broad, meaning not all BLS sick could go to the nurse triage.
Right.
At least that's not the way we've set up the protocol. So what we found is that it's the calls. We know the number of calls when the members get to when the EMTs and paramedics get to the field and say, this call should go to nurse triage. What we don't know is whether or not it could have been identified earlier. And that may, until something changes in the call system, like something like video, I'm not sure you'll be able to beat that. Because when we did the paramedic call taker, for instance, we put a really highly trained person taking the calls, but it took them much longer, somewhere near 5 minutes, to sort the call at the beginning, which doesn't meet any of the standards for processing calls. So I think a picture says 1,000 words. We got to get there.
Okay. Because yeah, your testimony said that there were 2,600 calls that were diverted with the nurse triage line. But was it that there were 4,000 that could have been diverted, but people didn't trust the system or had another idea of how they wanted to proceed? Like that delta will help us understand what other interventions we need to do to try to get more of a one-to-one match between the recommendation and the uptake.
Yeah. Let us follow up. I know we've got some research from earlier on that gives us an ideal number, but that number's been so high, I don't trust it in the sense that is it really 14,000 people that could go there or 97,000 people as some of the numbers said. And I think the buckets are pretty large. I think what people say can drive a system. So it's not nefarious on the person calling's part. The simple words that they say can be interpreted a lot of different ways. So we have some on that. We'll follow up and I'll see if there's a way to look at that differently for the numbers, but
because it's that 97,000 number that I've heard in the past, in years past, or we'll round up that 100,000 calls could be diverted to the nurse triage line. So what I'm getting is your sense that that might be a little overblown.
I think that number's too high, especially, right? We ran 167,000 calls last year. We did 84,000 transports. That would mean that if we were using 97,000, 20,000 of those transports wouldn't have been right. And I'm not sure that's correct.
And that would mean that over every transport, that no one needed to go to the emergency room.
No, I'm not saying you can't get there, right? But I think we need an evolution of, this isn't only about education. This is better using the technology that exists, that is being developed across time.
Do you think the technology is up to date enough? Like, do you think there are other AI tools that could help assist in some of the triage and determination, at least at first instance, of what some of the inputs are to make that first level recommendation?
So we do a lot of discussion, and our vendors changed some of those intake tools that they use. The original tool set we used, I believe, was a Kaiser-based model, because if you're a Kaiser patient and you want to go to the emergency room, you have to call a nurse and talk to them. There isn't a lot of industry around this yet, and I don't think that our small business model, right, is going to drive it. It's going to have to be driven by a large organization like a Kaiser, or like a healthcare system that's trying to reduce their emergency room visits. We have so many assets and so many places we can take people that other communities don't have. We are rich in that. The challenge is getting the patients connected with the right care, the care that they need, right? And that's really what we've been trying to design this for. So I think it's coming. I do think on the technology side, video matters. There's better, maybe AI does a better job of helping us develop questions, but the reality is that computer is already helping us decide what the priority is. So we need bigger, deeper programs to do that.
Okay. So I guess, how are you thinking about this year making improvements there?
So I know we're working on video, and I
On
think
video.
that's a big thing. I think we've done some work. We have also continued to educate our nurses through the vendor to make sure that they understand all the resources and that they're able to. There's been some shortage of nurses from the vendors, so they've been hiring. They just hired about 14 nurses and got them licensed in the district. I think that'll help.
Okay. You heard from one of our public witnesses, Marie Driscoll, talk about her experience in the emergency room, and I hear this all the time. And it's one of the hospital's biggest concerns, that people are in the emergency rooms. How are you thinking about coordinating with our hospitals to ramp down wait times for your members, for patients you're serving, for the hospital's resources? Like, what does that conversation and collaboration look like, so we can try to make some more progress on that issue this year?
So since I've been chief, this has been a huge issue, and we have met on a regular basis through the hospital association. We've also at different times attended the CEO meetings for the hospitals, as well as our medical director and our EMS chief attend regular meetings with the ED directors. This is a challenge in our healthcare system, and it's also the waiting time is a factor when we talk about burnout for our employees, the frustration that they experience when they're sitting there. It contributes to the feeling that it contributes to the burnout. But we have a program with DC Health where the fire department isn't going to be able to lead and direct our hospitals to do anything. This comes from DC Health. So DC Health's leading a regular collaborative meeting. Do you want to talk about that? So Chief Edwards is going to talk a little bit about that and this somewhat limited success we've seen from that.
Yeah, so So us, along with the medical director, we meet, I'd say biweekly with DC Health and the ED leaders to go ahead and to discuss ambulance patient offload times. And so what we've done, even though to the chief's credit, we haven't made the progress that we wanted to make in the last fiscal year. I think we've gotten somewhere around 10 minutes in reduction of ambulance patient offload time, APOT. What we've been doing is working to make sure that we share the information along with the other hospitals so that way if we see an improvement at one hospital and they say that, they've been able to be successful in dropping their times, that they're trying to share the methods that they used with the other hospitals to see if they can put those in place. One thing that's been innovative is we have a dashboard that we use that was placed in the hospital so they can see when ambulances are incoming, when they've been waiting, how long they've been waiting, and when they're leaving. And we use that at OUC with our emergency liaison officers. And so what we do is to make sure that we keep everybody informed. At a certain point, if the wait times get to be too long, then an automatic email gets sent out to the ED leadership so that way that they're notified and DC Health is notified as well. So that way we can work collaboratively to either send a supervisor there, DC Health can call the hospital to see what the challenges are. So that way we can work together to go ahead and address them. And then we bring up these things in the meetings to go ahead and see how we can make realistic steps to decrease the ambulance drop times.
And what are some of the most common challenges or reasons for that buildup? And then what are some of the recommendations that come out of those meetings to reduce it?
So the recommendations, some of the recommendations have been mainly, again, with the hospitals, where some hospitals have changed the way that they do shift relief so that there's more of an overlap to increase the number of nurses. Sometimes they've worked with changing their triage system. There's various things that are going on with each individual hospital. I can't speak to all of them, but they've been working collaboratively to try to address that and share those things to see what we can put in place.
I'd also add that the hospitals will talk about no place to send patients so they can clear beds upstairs for people in the emergency room to go to. I think when you walk through the emergency room during these times, it's not like there's empty beds and there's people are not trying to do things. These are very busy systems. So even adding more staff may or may not always, it definitely would help, but there needs to be more space. There's not enough places to put people. And I don't know, I'm not the hospital administrator, and they will say it's because there's not enough nursing home beds. But healthcare finance will say, no, there's beds, but you're not putting them in them quick enough. And they'll say something about not approving the paperwork quick enough. So there's multiple layers to it. But the reality is, until the hospital administrators want to fix the problem in their emergency rooms, they're not going to. And we're going to continue to push them. Amazingly enough, and to Washington Hospital Center's credit, they get more of our patients than anybody, and their patient offload time is under an hour, which is in many other jurisdictions unheard of in terms of that you would wait an hour. But for us, that's a success. So hospital centers dedicated resources to it. And that's a big deal. And I think it shows that you
Dedicated
can do
resources
that.
to reducing wait time specifically.
Yes.
And
the patient offload time, different than a wait time.
patient offload time. And is your view, like what have they done that makes that successful that we should remodel at some of our other hospitals?
I think they're focused on it. And I can't tell you everything they do behind the scenes in order to make that happen, whether it's making beds available upstairs, hiring transport staff to move people from the first floor to the fifth floor, or if it's putting more resources into getting the paperwork done to move a patient out of a bed upstairs, or if it's putting another triage nurse in. I do know that they have changed some shift rotations so that it's not we were seeing a longer delay during shift rotations before, and they addressed that. But that's the big deal.
Okay. And we have a lot of hospitals in DC.
We have what?
A lot of hospitals in DC. How do we compare to other jurisdictions of similar calls or dispatchers versus how many hospitals we have available? Or how many emergency rooms, I should say, we have available?
So I don't know, like, population-based numbers for, do we have the same number of emergency room beds between a comparable city like Boston or Seattle? I do know that we have longer patient offload times in our community than we do in comparable cities, but there are other cities that are worse. And from my peers in Prince George's County, their outlier times at their new medical center are long. So we're definitely not the worst, but we're definitely not the best. And we're on the far side of average, I would say.
Mhm.
We need to be better as a community.
Yeah. And I don't know the answer either, but it just instinctively feels that we have a lot of hospitals available given our population. I would guess that it is on the high side of saturation of hospitals.
It's saturation of emergency rooms for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, or patient saturation, that's not what you're talking about, though. You're saying we don't need another hospital. We need more options.
Yeah, or other solutions
So,
too.
interestingly enough, the freestanding clinics that MedStar and GW operate are amazing. They're crazy busy.
Yeah.
Lots of patient visits.
Mhm.
So, maybe there's an opportunity for more of that type of thing. But again, I feel like we aren't the right ones to answer this question. We've been ringing the bell for a long time.
Yeah. No, I know that.
And we don't have the authority. And we can't compel people to do things, and we're still going to bring patients. So it's a hard spot to be, but I commend the work of our partners at DC Health for taking some leadership. Dr. Morgan, Dr. Wittberg, Dr. Holman, all our medical directors, Chief Edwards, Chief Elborn, they're on it all day long. They live it. And it is a tough spot.
Mhm. Okay, well, like most of our most serious challenges, it's not just one agency or one solution, but um, I'm glad there's some progress being made here, but I think it's requires some additional conversations and follow-ups with the hospitals too, and breaking down what some of those barriers are. Um, in terms of the CD1s, I want to understand a little bit more the role that they are playing in tracking agency coordination with performance oversight that you all have with OUC. And this is, again, some of the questions that I ask OUC in this setting will get diverted to you. They'll say, really, that's a fire question. So what kinds of forms and processes are there for fire and EMS to raise concerns with OUC internally over call taking and dispatching or other protocols that you all may take issue with or have ideas about?
Do you want to start, Andre?
Yeah, so we have our liaison at OUC, our battalion fire chief, who works closely with them. So when concerns are raised, then they have regular meetings to go ahead to try to address them. We also have various working groups with them to address any concerns. Some of them involve the medical director when it comes to EMS dispatching. Some of them involve other chiefs when it comes to safety. For instance, our 1033 committee, but our members, when issues arrive, they can submit a CD1 and it gets reviewed. If it's an issue with something that happened at OUC or on the fire response, that we go ahead, we address it, we make sure that we try to maintain a closed loop system so that when we get back to everybody. But that's how we go ahead and we try to make sure we have that communication with regular meetings and reporting structure.
And I think that, so CD1s are one way that we do it. And I'm not really sure it's the best way. What it is a tool for the liaison to use in a conversation at the operations meeting that they have a regular meeting from. I talk to the director regularly. Um, our operations group, uh, when we have response plan changes and things like that, deal with that. I think the complaints come mostly probably through email or a phone call to the liaison to follow up with this happened or that happened or this didn't or that didn't. But there isn't a tracking system that captures them all in one place.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that there's been some confusion about this over the year, that there really are a lot of inputs, is my understanding, a lot of different ways to make those recommendations. How do you track how many CD1s those specifically were filed, and then how many of those investigations were ultimately substantiated?
So the liaison keeps the spreadsheet with the information on it. I don't know that OUC uses the CD1s though. I think we use them more to bring the issues up in a meeting. And originally that was designed to be a two-way system. I think it's really just a one-way system. They get the information, but substantiated or not isn't consistent.
Is that something that you are interested in tracking?
I feel like that is the whole CD1 process. I encourage people to use it because it's a way to make sure things get there. I feel like it's become a distraction where we're talking about bad news, bad news, bad news. And we are struggling then putting people on the defensive instead of trying to figure out how to fix it, where we have a lot of other information that tells us the things we need. And in some ways it becomes weaponized. I don't, this department's a pretty open book. You got a complaint, it's going to go in our tracker. Everybody's going to see it. I'm going to acknowledge it, and we're going to move on and try and fix it. But CD1s are just one piece of the puzzle, and I noticed lately that they're down to single digits every month when I get the report. But I noticed the report also isn't completed in a two-way fashion.
Say more about that.
It's just the OUC input isn't on the report. It's just us.
Okay, so there's not a report on what happens after the complaint was made?
No.
Got it. Okay. So there was another project initiated earlier this year to review fire and EMS response plans with OUC. How often does this group meet?
You know, is that Chief Keller?
Chief Keller. You have the medical director on the meeting.
Do you know, Sean? Do you have that? I'm sorry, are you referring to the fire response plans or the EMS response plans?
Well, I guess both. I was asking about the fire response plans.
So I could get back to you on how often that meets. My impression is that that's an as needed group and that we drive that. So what goes to an incident, we determine that, but that it has to be connected to something the call taking system identifies. So I'm not sure which meeting that one's referring to. A lot of that gets covered in operations or through a memo where it's, we want to change these response plans. So this call type is now going to get this type of response.
What about on the EMS side?
Same thing then, the medical director is involved in that.
So one of the things we discussed last year was the kind of need for updated and regularized check-ins about these plans to make sure that everybody at OUC and your department were on the same page. I thought that the medical director was helping to develop changes to the EMS cards, and the call takers were needing kind of additional training on that. And so,
Chief Edwards can update you on that.
okay.
Yeah, sorry for the confusion. Yes, so the medical director meets with the OUC and the battalion fire chief liaison every 2 weeks to go through the sick cards and EMS cards to make sure that we're updating that and keeping it in line with our expectations and protocols so that way we're dispatching those calls appropriately.
Okay, great. And is it your understanding that those meetings are productive?
From my understanding, yes. So I know that speaking with the medical director and the battalion fire chief, it is a process, so it takes a little bit of time to make the changes, but they have made a number of changes to go ahead and improve the quality of dispatching.
Okay. And what about the meetings between Fire and EMS, MPD, and OUC to meet regularly?
So that's the 1033 meetings. And we have not had many of those to deal with lately, so they're meeting on an ad hoc basis. What they were doing is meeting at least quarterly to review each of the cases and figure out, did it go the way everybody expected? There's been some results from that. We added a priority dispatch for MPD that wasn't there before. We've clarified some policy, updated policy, and we have not had as many 1033s, so there hasn't been as much to review. And I think, so there hasn't been much lately, but that committee has served its purpose and it stands ready to engage for each one. My expectation is still 100% review of 1033s.
Okay. And, I know everybody is really busy. I don't run the department. I don't want to micromanage like when people have meetings. It just feels to me like part of the reason that these meetings ramped up were because there was a breakdown in communication. So if there are improvements on the coordination, that's great. But I don't want us to then kind of take for granted those improvements and then 3 years pass by and we say, wait a minute, why aren't we having those regular meetings that we had already kind of implemented because of the breakdown?
I hear you. Maybe there's a way to do it. I do think you need to have something to talk about. And the reason the 1033s were effective is that all three groups had things to talk about. And it wasn't just finger pointing. It was, okay, this is where we are. We can all listen to this. We can all do this. Coming together and saying everything's working when there may be budding things, but they aren't. Point taken, right? And I think we're all watching all the time to figure out if there's something we need to do. There is a lot of coordination. I would say we got to the 1033 breakdown not because of a failure to communicate. It was a crisscross of policies, a crisscross of expectations, maybe some training, and that by everybody getting together, that really changed.
Okay. So speaking of new policies, a few years ago, we transitioned to total response and using power phone. How do you all review those protocols and kind of make sure that it's an iterative process if there need to be updates or improvements to the cases that you're then seeing on the ground?
And so that's a part of the meeting that the medical director and the battalion fire chief liaison have, is that they're going through total response with, power phone to make sure that we're reviewing cases. We're looking to see if anything needs to be changed, anything needs to be updated. And then as part of our CQI process, if we find something that may or may not have been an issue, then we work with OUC to make sure that it gets addressed. And we address it in those meetings to make sure that it's brought up.
Okay. And does that happen just kind of on an ad hoc basis?
No, so like I said, the meetings are every 2 weeks. And so,
Oh, wow, okay.
yeah.
And who are part of those meetings from your side?
The medical director and the battalion fire chief liaison for OUC.
And in your experience, has OUC taken your medical director's advice or recommendations?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay. And we'll talk about this when we have a hearing on the bill that I introduced today, but part of my thinking there is to just make it crystal clear that the medical director Fire and EMS is also the medical director of OUC, that again, we're one team, one city, and that advice doesn't need to be siloed. But that is good to hear. So I know there's been a lot of discussion over the last couple of weeks about the snowstorm, understandably, and people are still experiencing the impacts of that, whether it's the ice, or, continued delayed trash pickups because of all of the DPW staffing changes in response. How do you all prepare for snowstorms like this? And how do you make sure that your fleet and your members can get where they need to go in the case of an emergency when an ongoing emergency is happening?
So I think our preparedness starts actually at the training school when we tell people when they come on the job, you're going to have to come to work in all sorts of weather and holidays in every time that being here is an expectation. And we attract people that want to be here and want to help. And I think that's the biggest asset that we have. In particular for a snowstorm or a windstorm or any sort of event where we have a prediction, we look at that event and figure out what the needs are going to be based on our historical knowledge and our previous plans. For this particular event, we were afraid. We knew about ice. We looked at our inventory of four-wheel drive vehicles. We staffed extra units that could go around and take care of particular types of calls while maintaining our response capability of fire trucks and fire engines and ambulances. So we put a bunch of resources in across the city, and we stood up a fire desk to help manage those. We work closely with the OUC to get these lower acuity calls pushed over to the fire operations center so they could handle them. And what that allowed is assurance that no calls are missed, but it also allowed us the ability to pick the resources. So I, was out and about every day during this, and I am in awe of the work. We got a lot. We've been hiring a lot. We got a lot of young people driving these ambulances through our neighborhoods. They're driving four-wheel drive ATVs with ambulance boxes on the back or pickup trucks to go help people in all sorts of weather conditions, and doing so in a way that's safe, that they're able to get there. I'm sure our response times were longer than normal, but we got everywhere. And that's a testament to the work everybody did. But we have plans for almost every type of emergency. And we only have we have a pretty limited number of options. We can put more resources in. We can stand up extra management. We did all of that. And our people stood up and showed up, and it was really good.
Well, thank you for that. And it was and is a huge feat, and a good reminder that even in the case of an emergency impacting everybody, people still have fire and medical emergencies that need responses. So thank you.
We were as busy as we were on any other day. There was no drop off in calls because of the snow and people staying home. It just shifted the calls from downtown to the neighborhoods.
Interesting. So we received a letter yesterday that Local 36 sent to you and us expressing their concern around the use of brush trucks during the snowstorm without proper training for members. What is your response to that concern?
So the brush trucks were recently delivered. Them being four-wheel drive vehicles were something we wanted to be able to use during the storm. And yes, they did get out the door without specific training. We're going to pull them back and make sure everybody gets that training that needs it.
You said you're going to pull that back?
Pull them back, pull the trucks back and get everybody the training that needs it.
Okay. When will that happen?
In the next couple of weeks. It's not a lot of training.
Okay. Well, I hope we don't have another snowstorm on Sunday. I think this morning it looked like it may turn into rain, so fingers crossed. Okay, so we had some discussion over the summer about the new RFK site, and that's going to bring 6,000 new units of housing and tens of thousands of people to the site regularly, which also, of course, means that there may be emergency response needed. Do you have any update you can share on conversations that the department has had around coverage of the site, especially as designs are now being more firm?
Yes.
So we worked to identify several sites around RFK. We narrowed it down to 2 and selected one. 21st and E, Northeast, I believe, is the area. C, 21st and C is the area that was selected or identified as best suited for us. And we're continuing to work with DGS through that process and the RFK committee through that process. It'd be a full service facility, I believe, an engine truck transport unit and a battalion chief is what we have identified as the needs for that station.
And is that currently in your capital improvement plan?
No, because that's come about since the last budget cycle.
Okay. Will it be in this budget?
We hope so.
And that's a request of the department. That won't be part of,
So no, that's part of what's still to be determined. If this is part of a different project that there's options for other funding sources.
okay. Okay, well, let's stay connected on that to make sure that that's funded somewhere in the
Yes.
budget. And then in terms of your other upgrades or renovations for any of your station houses, what's the status of anything that had been planned for this year?
So before Chief Steen gets you the priority list that we have working in the budget, our main focus of our facilities maintenance is making sure the facilities that we have are properly, everything's working, the heat works, the water works, everything does it. And we invest about $4.9 million a year in that off the bat. That has been something that over the course of my career hasn't been done. And that's done has improved everything. The rest of them, we have a number of firehouses that need some work. And I think Chief Steen's working through that. So.
Yeah, I don't have the exact list in front of me to know exactly what the next station is, but I can tell you that the relocation of engine 26, the rebuilding of engine 3, and the relocation or rebuilding of engine 7 are 2 of the priorities in the capital plan. Engine 26 they have identified that to be moved since engine 12 was built in 1987, and we're continually trying to find a location for that to move to better suit our truck coverage and engine coverage in the Northeast neighborhoods.
Okay, are there any, I know you say you don't have the list in front of you, but are there any projects underway right now?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We're working at engine 9 currently, redoing driveway on the side and the rear of the facility. They're currently working at engine 18. That should almost be done with a new kitchen and a couple other renovations that were going on there. I believe engine 8 is up for a kitchen renovation.
Engine 15?
27.
I thought 15.
I believe it's on the list, but I don't know where it is in the process.
We can give you the list of current projects he's got permits for.
Thank you. That would be great. That would be great. What is the status of the U Street site? 1601?
Yeah, it's not engine 9. That DEMPED project seems to be on hold.
Just in perpetuity?
Probably not, but I don't know for how long.
And DEMPED hasn't communicated to you about timelines of that development?
No, we paused
So where are you stationed right now?
at that site.
At that site? So,
Right.
So they haven't told you have to move for renovations?
No,
This
and
year.
if we do, we've got the base work done with that, where that's a part of a statement of work and what a new firehouse requirements are. We have a pretty standard set for that, but that's a huge project that would involve MPD and us and what they reimagine that site as. And I'm not sure. Whatever the plan was seems to be on hold.
And if that moves forward and the renovations begin, you all have a site identified that you would move close by, right? Like across
No,
the street?
not yet.
Yeah.
We've tried, but that's going to be time dependent on when that does. Our plan would be to stay in the community, That's a pretty dense community. So that may or may not be possible. We may have to relocate to other firehouses in the area.
Hmm. Okay, well, we'll follow up with DemPed on the timing of that. And, I'm assuming you would agree with this, but I'll just say, again, as we talk about like staffing and the importance of pay and supporting all of our members, I think making sure that all of our firehouses and our MPD substations are up to date and have nice spaces for people to be in and have heating in the winter and AC in the summer is just really important for our baseline goals of ensuring that these crucial agencies have the support they need. So whatever powers that be out there, I always look at our OPLA friends as we think about the budget of like basic necessary support.
It's our number one priority in the capital budget every year, the small caps projects.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Few more questions. Blood transfusion program. We talked about in last year's hearing that since launching the low titer, low,
Just call it the whole blood program.
okay, the old whole blood program, the department has emerged as a national leader in pre-hospital blood transfusing 209 units last year. We also talked to OCME about homicides due to firearms being the leading cause of violent unexpected death for adults ages 18 to 25. What types of populations does this blood transfusion program serve? Are you serving a lot of gun violence victims, or what are you seeing in your trends this year?
So yes, we are seeing a lot of gun violence and young males who are being issued the blood. We are seeing an emergence of where we're trying to be more effective. We're not transitioning, but looking at the medical emergencies as well. And so women experiencing any type of hemorrhage from delivery, things of that nature. But
Yeah.
the
Primary drivers, penetrating trauma.
primary driver is penetrative trauma for young males, like you said, between 18 and 25.
Penetrative trauma, which usually means gunshot wounds.
Yes.
Got
There's
it.
a significant number of stabbings involved too.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. One of the things that I'm pushing all of our agencies on this year is to think more holistically or more aggressively about the use of AI and how we can better improve outcomes and services to district residents and using some amazing technology that is already available and only going to continue evolving. You all talked about in your pre-hearing responses using an AI predictive fire risk model, which scores commercial businesses on fire risk. Can you explain a little bit about how that model works and how else you're thinking that implementation of other AI software could help you and help improve services and safety to the district?
And so when you looked at our fire statistics last year, 267 or so of our fires were in residential occupancies. But the other fires that are, there's going to be an overlap between like high-rise residential occupancies and businesses. So we partnered with the Lab DC to look at our data and figure out if we could predict buildings in addresses that had a higher incidence of fire than others. And what they were able to do and what they did, and if you'd like a presentation on it, we could do that. It's sort of interesting. It's not sort of, it is interesting because it's the larger the building, obviously, the more dangerous it is in some ways. And dangerous is a more at risk of fire it is, I think, even a modern building, because it doesn't take into account the systems. So what that's being used as by or with is the fire marshal's office is using that to target for inspections. They're taking the data from that and saying, let's go inspect these buildings. And with that, we should be able to drive. We can see if that has an effect on driving it down. It's in a city this large. We have a significant fire problem, but we don't have a lot of fires to make things statistically significant in looking at studies like that, especially when you take out the single family dwelling type fires that are a bulk of the fires that we run. So I think it was a great experiment. We're going to keep using it and looking at it, seeing if we can continue to hone it.
Okay. And just thinking out loud again about the like other ways that we can be preventative. I'm thinking about some of the housing units that I visited over the last couple of years that I'm admittedly not an expert in fire prevention, but there are some areas or units that just seem to me to be huge fire hazards, whether that was, cords out in bathrooms or rooms filled to the brim with dust. And many folks from your department have been really helpful in responding to those calls and coming out, but wondering if there's room for more collaboration with OAG's housing enforcement efforts and some of the fire prevention efforts.
So I'd like to ask Alexis Squire, Deputy Chief of Staff, to come in and talk about a task force we have that's working on that problem. I think one of the hardest things to understand on some of that is that inside somebody's house, there is very limited things we can do. And a lot of the problems that you see that are a fire hazard are tied into a lot of other problems that people are having. So I think the task force approach of dealing with those problems will make us safer from fire in the long run. So Alexis?
And as Alexis comes up, I'll just add the units that I'm talking about were tenants who had complained over and over again to their landlord about these exposures. So it's not as though
Is it in their unit or in the unit next door?
in their unit,
Okay.
their unit, and the landlord wasn't following up. And so I see what you mean when it's someone's own home and they're not the one requesting this assistance. But in the examples I'm thinking of, it was a lack of follow-up from the landlord.
Yep.
And that's where I raised the OAG's enforcement arm and thinking about if there's a
Tenant advocate and DCRA as well, or whatever the new.
Yeah, should I swear in? I'm good.
You need to swear in.
Sure, technically, this is going to be the last question, but
Sure.
we'll stick on our.
Okay, I will just,
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the council and the District of Columbia is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Please go ahead.
So to the chief's point, we have a robust prevention, I would say cohort and strategies. One of the things that we do is when we have a deadly fire, a fire that results in a serious injury or death, we are canvassing those communities afterwards to make sure that residents, especially our most vulnerable, have prevention literature and we're able to install in real time. So if we are seeing that or someone shares with us that they don't have a smoke alarm, we're able to do those in real time. The other, a new initiative that we are starting is this multi-agency task force, or community risk reduction task force that has, I know you mentioned the OAG, but it has over 20 agencies, district agencies at the table to think about some of our most complex, reoccurring and chronic patients that we are seeing. One of the, I would say, service deliveries of that is using kind of an open door model. If we're able to go in the home for delivery of vaccines, we're also doing real-time home safety checks to talk up or think about risk in the home. So you spoke about surge protectors and all these things, especially in the winter around heaters that are in the home. So that is our opportunity to really do that prevention work there. But while we are using the task force, we're able to think about our high volume users, some of our users that whether it be lift assist or other services, but also other agencies, and work together to mitigate and come up with solutions for those around prevention work.
Okay, and how often does that task force meet?
So we just started the task force in the end of the year in 25. We've had one executive meeting, and then we recently had our review meeting in February, early February. So this is something that is emerging and ongoing.
Thank you. One moment. Okay, well, Chief, that concludes my questions today. I want to thank you and your entire team who's here and everybody who works at Fire and EMS so hard every single day to protect our city and keep everybody safe. It's not easy work, and we are very reliant on all of you. So thank you. I want to just remind you of a couple of the follow-ups that we talked about for the CBA and to keep pushing for a resolution there, the paramedic program and kind of the status of that, the apparatus orders that have been made, talked about, and the buildings that are being updated this year. Okay, and as always, I want to give you a chance if you want to make any closing remarks or if you have something you want to mention that we didn't get a chance to talk about.
I'd just like to say thank you. These are a great opportunity for us to also showcase and answer questions about what we're doing. And again, to thank the people that are out there doing this service every day of the week. They're pretty amazing. They're special people.
Agreed. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Okay, that concludes our portion of today's hearing, speaking with the Fire and EMS Department. We are now going to turn to the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. We're going to hear first from our public witnesses who have joined us today. Welcome to you all. Rahaman Kilpatrick. And if I can ask that you sit on the farthest to my right, this left, and then we'll go in order. Darius Baxter. Lakeisha Devon. Is Lakeisha Devon here? Leroy Quarles. Okay. Delonzia Tucker.
What's up, bro?
Myron Jones. Okay, great. Thank you all. We will begin with Rahaman Kilpatrick, Chief of Staff of Horton's Kid.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Committee of the Judiciary of Public Safety. My name is Rahaman Kilpatrick, and I serve as Chief of Staff at Horton's Kids. I've worked with youth and families in Southeast DC for more than 25 years and have completed formal community violence intervention training focused on disconnected youth. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today in support of sustained funding for the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement of the District of Columbia. Horton's Kids has served children and families in Ward 8 for more than 37 years. Through our work, we see every day that safety and belonging and opportunities are deeply connected. When young people feel safe in their neighborhoods, on their way to school, and at home, it shows up first as truancy, trauma, and disengagement before it shows up as crime statistics. This is why we strongly support WANDS, an upstream community approach to violence prevention. WANDS focuses on early intervention, credible messengers, and community-based healing aligned directly with how we support our children and families. At Horton's Kids, our safety and belonging work centers on prevention. We re-engage students who are chronically absent, disconnected youth, and we reconnect them with their families and mentoring and teaching conflict resolution and emotional regulation, and use restorative justice practices to address harm without pushing young people further away out the system that was meant to support them. When violence does occur, we partner with trusted mental health providers to offer healing circles and grief support for the families. These strategies reduce risk behaviors when violence occurs. They keep young people connected to schools, to adults who care for them in the community. This is what effective violence prevention looks like. We respectfully urge the council to maintain strong funding for the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement and to continue prioritizing community-based prevention as a cornerstone of public safety here in the district. Thank you for your time and your leadership.
Thank you so much, and thank you for what you do.
Yes, ma'am.
Darius Baxter? No. Lakeisha Devon. What is her name?
Leroy Quarles.
Okay. Leroy Quarles, public witness, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leroy Quarles, and I'm here to speak about my experience in the Pathways program through the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. Pathways was more than just a program for me. It was structure when I needed stability, accountability when I needed direction, and opportunity when I needed a second chance. When I first entered the program, I wasn't just looking for a paycheck. I was looking for purpose. Like many young men in our communities, especially those between 18 and 35, we often face barriers that don't show up on paper. Past mistakes, limited access to networks, and environments that normalize survival over success. Pathways acknowledge those realities instead of ignoring them. What stood out to me was the balance between support and accountability. The program didn't just provide financial stipends, it provided case management, workforce development, and real expectations. Attendance mattered, professionalism mattered, growth mattered. That structure helped me shift my mindset from reacting to life to planning my future. Through Pathways, I strengthened my professional skills, communication, time management, and goal setting. I also gained exposure to career pathways that I may not have considered before, including opportunities connected to technology and data. The exposure expanded how I see myself and what I believe is possible. Beyond the workforce skills, Pathways built a community. It connected me with ambassadors who understood my background and mentors who challenged me to think bigger. In spaces where conflict and trauma are common, Pathways model consistency, stability, and leadership. Programs like Pathways are not expenses. They are investments. Investments in prevention, investments in workforce development, and investments in public safety through opportunity. When we talk about reducing violence, we often focus on enforcement. Pathways focus on engagement. It creates alternatives. It helps individuals move from high-risk situations into structured environments where growth is possible. I am a direct example of that impact. I stand before you not just as a former participant, but as someone who has seen firsthand how intentional programming changes trajectories. Continued support and funding for the Pathways program means more individuals will have access to the same structure, mentorship, and opportunity that I did. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to investing in programs that build safer and stronger communities. I appreciate the opportunity to share my story.
Great, thank you, Mr. Quarles. Tell me your name, sir.
Delonzia Tucker.
Okay, great. Delonzia Tucker, public witness, go ahead.
My name is Delonzia Tucker. I'm cohort 21 of the WANS Pathways program. The program equips men and at-risk individuals with life skills, job readiness training, and conflict resolution through an intensive multi-phase model that includes cognitive behavioral transformation, subsidized employment, and long-term support services. The goal is to help participants avoid involvement in the criminal justice stream and transition to stable employment and a more positive path forward. Through the program, I personally gained structure, accountability, and opportunities to grow both professionally and personally. Beyond my own experience, the program strengthens families, reduces backsliding, and helps build safer and more productive communities.
I am here today to ask for your continued support so that more individuals can access their life-changing opportunity. Programs like ones don't just change lives, they change futures. With your support, we can help more people leave the criminal justice system behind and move forward, move towards stable employment and positive paths. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Myron Jones, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Myron Jones. In my profession, I'm the program manager of MedStar's Community Violence Intervention Program. And personally, I'm in here in a personal space of supporting the ones family and support services, along with the pathways. So being a parent of a homicide victim in the city, I never even knew what a ones was. And before my even lead detective on my case called me, I had a call from Miss Jameson from the ones office, connecting me directly to services, grief and loss, healing circles, as the young man spoke about in the first seat. And so with that, I know this is an effective program because it helped me navigate these silos of where to be at and where I'm going from here, right? And so now that I'm invested personally and professionally in this field, it is so important when I go out to the healing circles that the ones provide for grief and loss. It's so important to see the togetherness of people, parents who lost children in the city. So I was invited to a cigar, lounge from Jeff from the ones. And it allowed me to see different fathers that's going through the same things I'm going through. So I really appreciate what ones did for me in my life. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you so much. And I'm so sorry to hear about the loss you experienced, just unimaginable. And when you talk about them connecting you directly to services, what did that look like? What did you find most helpful that we should ensure is expanded and provided to other parents like you who are experiencing that type of grief?
So, in that moment, you're in a moment, you're in a space where you don't know where to go. And so therapy was the first thing that came to mind. And so I reached out to the most popular therapy center, which put me on a 6-month waiting, period. So I'm like, what, 6 months, I could be in a mental space where nobody wants to be. And so Ms. Jameson got me directly connected to, it was a grief and loss center connected with the SUMS program, got me a direct spot into that program, a direct therapist within a week, connected me to MPD's victim services supervisor. And just those connections started my navigation.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Nope.
And those of you who've been through the Pathways program, what did the end of the program look like in terms of getting you ready to think about other options that may be available or other employment opportunities?
So in the program, we go through phases, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. At the end of phase 1, we go through a graduation process which celebrates the progress that we made throughout the classroom process. Phase 2 moves us on to what we call a work experience. So it gives us firsthand experience of what it would be like in a work environment. That's not the end, but I believe the end is when we obtain full-time employment, which is considered unsubsidized employment. So as far as job readiness, life skills, and coaching, they help us, they help us build our resumes. They offer us training opportunities to, help become more valuable in a work environment, and also build our portfolios. So we learn emotional intelligence, critical thinking, and it really shifts and transitions your mind from, feeling desperate, feeling like there's no options left, and gives you an opportunity to actually grow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How about you in terms of after the program was over?
So with me, I didn't get employment, but I just stay consistent and stay on top of everything. It's not really much, but just like I said, stay consistent. I just believe in faith, no matter time may come. Just don't backslide. That's all.
Great. Well, thank you. Congratulations. And Mr. Kilpatrick, how does your funding model work this year, and how are you thinking about it moving forward into the next year?
I mean, just right now, just trying to solidify funding, across the board. We know a lot of cuts are happening. So, just doing a lot of planning, to see what we have and what what we're hoping to get. But again, just wanted to be here to support one. It's an incredible organization that supported Horton's kids in the past. And no matter funding or whatever like that, is just, when people are doing great work, you want to show up for them the same way they show up for the residents of the district. So, when you're aligned with the same goals, you show up for each other. So
Wonderful. Well, thank you. Thank you all for being here.
thank you.
Okay, are there any other people who signed up to testify in person for once? Okay. Darius? No. Trayvon, I don't have you on my list. Could you talk to Akima for a second? Did you sign up to testify? Okay, come talk to Akima for a second. Is Darius Baxter here? He's not here. Okay. Lakeisha Devon? Here. Okay. And Commissioner Ruff, are you testifying in person now? Okay. Come on over. I think gentlemen, we're all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are you Darius Baxter? Oh, no, he is not here. Okay, Commissioner Ruff, go ahead.
So, good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon to everyone in the room. I did have a written testimony this morning, but you told us we could only talk about one issue at a time. And I had currently tied in the EMS to the one's office, which I find instrumental in my community when we have money. So just a little bit of background. I am the commissioner of 7FO2, which one's office resides in my community. I'm born and raised from off of Minnesota Avenue, so it is dear to my heart when we have these services. But I think that one thing that I want to say is that we need the money for the one's office to continue being successful in their jobs. I have watched them really grow and created a relationship with the one's office. Shout out to Ms. Kim and all of them participating in Takeover Tuesday. But since we've had the federal cutbacks, we've seen less and less of the one's office. And sitting here and listening to these gentlemen talk about how one's has been saving their life, we really need that income, that money given to the one's office. And when I think about violent prevention, I think about now that I have a 13-year-old that is walking those same streets and what he's running across, thinking about the young child that got killed on K Street Southeast the other day. And so I have that fear. I come from a family of returning citizens. I have been in trouble before. My grandmother has bonded me out endlessly. So this is very, very dear to me. And again, like I said, standing here in this room with these gentlemen, I know that they need it. And I just want to see my community really thrive. I want to see 7FO2 really get the resources that we need because we have mental health issues. We have drug addicts. There are a lot of things, homelessness. But if we could continue to get these preventive services, I think that we could very well be successful in 7 and 8. So I'm just asking here as a commissioner for increased funding for one's office. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for being here. And please go ahead, and if you could state your name for the record, please.
My name Trayvon Simmons. I was in Pathways Cohort 7 during my time. There, I was able to win the Pathways Business Pitch Competition and network and meet people all over DC government. Being in Pathways helped me change my perspective on life. I started to see a different light that allowed me to pass the poverty mindset way of thinking. Um, I feel ones do. I feel like ones do a good job getting participants, but also I feel like they can go the full extent to help the participants decrease their involvement in crime. With that being said, I feel like they need to create a valid pathway to support their change. So just going the full extent, and like when phase 3 do come about, you still there to guide them through the process, because I feel as though like you taking a person out of their their comfort zone, and you trying to mold them into somebody else, or get them to do something that, you know, you trying to get them to change basically. And I feel like with change, you need guidance. You need somebody to guide you through that process. And if you don't guide them properly, uh, you can go back to what you used to do, and that's myself. I feel like I haven't went back to the old way, to my old ways, just because like I'm surrounded by like good people, and like work. I mean, like I even work placement at once, right? And I worked work placement at ones in 2022. I had the opportunity to work at ones under the old leadership. I was the first participant to have the opportunity to work on the WEX at ones. My role was a communication outreach specialist. It gave me the opportunity to sit in executive meetings and go and meet with other agencies and engage with the community. I'm talking feeding the homeless, going into schools with Ola, going into the community, letting everyone know about ones. Uh, when the new leadership came on board, I was a little nervous. I didn't know what to expect. I remember being at one of the graduations, and and having someone schedule a meeting with me about with Miss Linda. And uh so Miss Sneed, she approached me at the graduation, letting me know like Miss Linda want to meet with you. When will be a good time for you to meet, right? And I let her know Monday first thing in the morning, right? And we talked about future job opportunities at once during my meeting. I expressed to her my desire to work for the Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement. She didn't let me know I'll help you get permanent employment here at once. Just give me some time. She also questioned why am I on WEX with 45 temporary positions. Uh, that was they had 45 temporary positions. After meeting with Ms. Linda, she started pulling me into more meetings and giving me the opportunity to show my expertise. And me and two other my colleagues, we came up with the rebrand for ones too.
You came up with a what?
The rebranding for ones. So like the logo, the color schemes, also with the help of like other people, but Miss Linda actually gave that project to us, and we came up with the rebrand for ones. So
And
what?
Mr. Simmons, I'm sorry to cut you off over time.
My
We're trying to
my bad,
finish
my
everything
bad.
here, but I'm gonna have to move on. But thank you very much for being here. Congratulations. If you can state your name for the record.
Michael Singletary.
Go ahead.
I'm out Pathways Ambassador, cohort 20 graduate. I love ones. Ones was life changing for me. My own experience, my own personal experience. Before I came into ones, I say I was in a lost space. Didn't really know which way to go. Ones gave me a pathway, hence Pathways. You know, they gave me a pathway to a better life. If you was to ask me, do I think one should end? I say no. I do think there is room for improvement. I love a lot of people in ones. Like I look at them like my family, you know. So I don't really know too much to say other than um, I don't want it to end. I think it's a good thing for a lot of the young dudes like myself. It gives us hope, but we need more help. And I feel as though it should be room for people like me to come in and help bring on other people like myself. They call me a lifesaver. And Einstein, I bring people on board like me that's lost and helping them find their ways. But I feel as though with the help of you guys opening up a budget and really nurturing this program and really understanding and getting more people like me who understand the work and not just people who looking for a paycheck, we could come together and make this, something big and change the city.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much and congratulations to you both for your success in the program and how you've continued to pay it forward and lift others up. That is the most important way to expand this work, is to go through it and then help others along the way as you have. And so really appreciate everything that you all have done and continue to do. And thank you for joining us today.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to call our public witnesses who've joined us online. Melissa Miner, Francine Muhammad, Frederick Jimmy Bangura, Patricia Stamper, Granada Jaimes, Antoinette Kelly, and Leisha Quarles. Melissa Miner. Melissa Miner, are you here? Francine Muhammad.
Ma'am, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
My name is Francine Muhammad, and I am the founder of A Better Choice and a community healing circle practitioner. So I facilitate therapeutic healing circles and supportive program for families impacted by violence here in DC. So I hear a lot of discussion about violence intervention strategies in the district, and I want to respectfully highlight something that is often overlooked: sustained community healing for the families left behind. So intervention is critical, but what happens after the immediate response? The services slow down and families are left to navigate life after unimaginable loss. So the one's FSS division under the leadership of Jeffrey Hill and Tavon Johnson, they provide something essential: structured trauma-informed community healing spaces for families who have lost loved ones to violence. These healing circles are not only symbolic, they are transformative. They provide shared healing, peer connection, and emotional restoration. Families gather with others who truly understand their grief, isolation decreases, and hope increases, and resilience is built. So I've personally been there. I've run the healing circles. I facilitate the healing circles there. And I personally witnessed the impact that the program has changed the lives of the participants there. So they don't just attend, they often request more healing circles through Jeff and Tavon and the FSS division. Because we meet once a month, but they are requesting ongoing services because they know that grief doesn't operate on a schedule. They're just requesting more healing circles. So if we are genuinely serious about reducing violence long term, we must invest in the emotional stabilization of the families that are most impacted by the violence in DC. The community healing is violence prevention. So when trauma goes unaddressed, it ripples through generations. When healing is supported, it disrupts that cycle. So continue funding for the FSS division at the one's office is not just an operational decision, it is a moral and public health imperative. So I thank you so much for your time and your commitment to the families of the cities in DC. And I thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you.
You're
Frederick
welcome.
Jimmy Bangura. Patricia Stamper. Granada Himes. And for all public witnesses, as a reminder to accept our invitation to join as a panelist. Granada Himes, are you here? Antoinette Kelly. Leisha Quarles.
Good afternoon. My name is Granada Hams. I'm here.
This is Granada Himes.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, great. Welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I apologize. My mic was muted. Hello, everyone. My name is Granada Hines. I wanted to share just a brief message with everyone. My brother Khalil Brown was shot sitting in our mother's backyard. My mother went to the restroom and came back. He was shot 3 times, once in the neck, twice in the back. He later passed away at a local hospital. I was contacted by Mr. Tavon Jackson later that week. He asked if we had needed anything or if there was anything that he could do for us. He asked for everyone's information. Khalil's children, the mother of Khalil's children, his mother, his father, brother, and sister, and myself. He also gave me many resources that he saw fit for me and my family. He sent me like clockwork every event that they sponsored for the victims and the survivor groups. He set up grief counseling at the children's school. He has also listened to me on the phone for hours of me crying, venting, and laughing. He even shared the loss of his sister. Tavon Johnson has checked in more than the detectives on my brother's case. The WANS program has done a lot for me and my family. When we finally went to the event, my mother felt the love, the support, the space to talk about her feelings. She has cried, she's talked, she's vented, she's laughed within the group. She isn't and has never been a loud talker. When she asks to go to the program, I make sure she goes. I can say that the one staff loves, care, listens, and not judge at all. I'm asking to please help us keep one's program open for families that need them, just like other families coming, behind us. Not putting anything out there, but that would take away the space for families that need that space. We really appreciate everyone at the ones program, especially the ones that are behind the scenes. Thank you all so much. I have now seen my mother laugh and smile in public. Sincerely, a grieving sister, save one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Leisha Quarles. Leisha Quarles, are you here? And Antoinette Kelly. Okay. Well, that concludes our public witness.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Yes, this is Alicia Quarles. I
Okay.
was having a hard time trying to find a mute to enter into the into this.
No worries. Welcome, and please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Alicia Quarles, and my son was killed September the 1st, 2023. And if it wasn't from the Journey program, from the Ones program, from the victim of crimes, period, of helping the ones who are survivors of the loved ones who got killed or who has been killed. Um, this program has helped us out a whole lot, helped me out a whole lot. And I'm going to say us because my mother is has also lost a son back in 1992, whose case is still open. cold case, but that was in the state of Maryland, but my son was killed in Washington, D.C. It would be a lot of lost souls, a lot of lost people if this program is to be cut out. And I'm speaking for myself as a prime example. My grandson have to grow up without his father being around. And what I am learning through the programs of this, I could take it with me and try to explain to my grandson of why that man did what he did to his daddy. It hurts. And when I say it hurt, it really hurts. They didn't only kill the individual who they killed. Some of them get away with it, some of them don't. Some of them get time, some of them get short time, some of them don't. But we're the ones as the survivors who are hurting. And if that's what it's taking for money to keep these programs open, and I could be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. And it's all starting from the government, the president. Yes, the president, of taking money from taxpayers. And I am a taxpayer. I work. And making it to his own comfortable needs, where he's already wealthy, quote unquote. Why take this money bringing people over here? Why take that money building a ballroom in the White House? Why take that money and doing what you want to do with it when we need it here in the United States? We need it here to help us. For those who are not high class, for those who are not rich and famous, we need it for us. So we can be able to be coping and be able to learn and teach others who may go through what we're going through.
Ms.
And
Quarles,
I just,
thank you so much. And thank you for sharing your story. I'm so sorry to hear about the passing of your son.
it hurts. And it still hurt going on 3 years.
Mhm.
And you know what my grandson told me? Grandma, when I get older, I'm going to get that man who did that to my daddy. And you know what I had to tell him? You don't want to do what that man did to your daddy because God going to take care of him. God is going to punish him. We cannot do it. We cannot do it like that man took your daddy's life. But God will take care of him. You don't want to go to jail because you want to look for somebody who killed your daddy. You want to grow up to be a good man. And programs that we have that's trying to stay alive, trying to keep our young generation alive too.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And thank you to all of our public witnesses today. Appreciate your testimony. We are going to turn now to Director Sneed. And I welcome you to the table. And if you have anyone else from your team who's joining you, you all can come take a seat as well. Welcome to you all. And if you can all say your name and position for the record, we'll start with you, Mr. Cheeks.
John Cheek, General Counsel.
Good morning, Heather McGowan, Strategic Planning and Performance Officer. Happy Thursday, Julia Irving, and I have the honor of serving as the Deputy Director.
Good afternoon, Quelly Sneed, Executive Director for the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement.
Well, thank you all. As you know, it is our tradition to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you all to turn your microphone on and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Director Sneed, welcome back, and would like to invite you to make any opening statement you have at this time.
Thank you. Let me get myself organized a little bit. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto, members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, and staff. I am Quelly Sneed, the Executive Director of the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also referred to as WNS. Thank you for the opportunity to share WNS's progress and impact during fiscal year 2025 and to date in fiscal year 2026. Joining me today are WNS Deputy Director of Government and Community Affairs, Julia Irving, Strategic Planning and Performance Officer Heather McGowan, Resource Allocation Officer Patricia Ross King, General Counsel John Cheek. WNS was created to reduce gun-related violence in the district while supporting communities impacted by the trauma of these incidents. Our mission is to build strong partnerships and implement evidence-based strategies grounded in both public health and public safety approaches. WNS engages individuals most at risk of involvement in gun violence and connects with them meaningful alternatives that promote safety and opportunity. In 2025, the district experienced a meaningful progress towards its goals. Violent crime decreased by 28%, including a 32% reduction in homicides. For violence interruption, these outcomes reflect the strength of a coordinated public safety strategy. WNS's role in this effort is rooted in consistent engagement, supporting individuals and communities most impacted by violence. In FY25, WNS participated in 380 community-based events, hosted our second annual Healing Community Symposium, drawing more than 250 residents, survivors, and violence intervention specialists. Connected individuals and families affected by gun violence to more than 400 direct services, supported 68 mediations, and awarded many grants to 25 community organizations totaling $250,000. WNS accomplishes our mission through 3 core programs: violence intervention, pathways, and family and survivor support. The WNS Violence Intervention Program uses evidence-based approaches to reducing gun violence. This includes incorporating both place-based and people-centered strategies into planning and service delivery. Working with our trusted community-based partners, supported by WNS, award grant funding, violence interrupters, engage individuals at the highest risk of involvement in violence. Successful execution of this work relies on real-time response, de-escalation, conflict mediation, strategies to reduce retaliation and minimize harm. At the start of FY26, WNS integrated the Cure the Streets Violence Intervention Program to ensure the district is operating one violence intervention portfolio. CTS was previously housed with the Office of the Attorney General. To ensure a successful transition, we established an internal transition team in late FY25. This team was responsible for developing systems, data capturing tools, and enhancing strategies for managing and monitoring the CTS grantees. The 2 selected providers, NARC and Father Factor, were each awarded a grant for 3 sites: Trinidad, Historic Anacostia, Congress Heights. Both community-based organizations bring expertise, and trusted relationships to the group violence reduction strategy. At the beginning of FY26, with support of the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice and the Office of the City Administrator, we finalized an analysis on the district shootings from the last 5 years. The analysis demonstrated the concentration and frequency in shooting incidents, where then helped us prioritize resources and indicated where violence interrupters should be spending most of their time to make the greatest impact. The results of the analysis concluded shootings in the district are extremely concentrated, and while we're making strides, gun violence in Wards 7 and 8 continuously to be stubbornly high, accounting for more than 40% of the total incidents last fiscal year. To help us continue to drive down incidents of gun violence, WANDS is implementing the evidence-informed group-based violence reduction strategy as the district's approach to violence intervention. Our goal is to get shooters currently perpetrating gun violence to stop shooting. We are concentrating resources where they matter the most, in hot spots, which are the small number of places in the city where shootings are extremely concentrated and have been the most often. To drive down shootings, we must assess on-the-ground needs and information gaps, de-escalate conflicts, conduct mediation, ceasefires, and ongoing conflict resolution, respond to critical incidents, and provide public education and community mobilization. Rather than choosing fixed neighborhood sites with geographical boundaries, WANDS adopted a ward-based approach. BIs will have a notable and consistent presence on the roughly top 10 blocks with the greatest concentration of shooting activity per ward. They will closely monitor blocks and communities where shooting activity is acute or has been historical hotspot, and conduct regular touch points in the rest of the ward where shooting activity is not as prevalent, to continue to build relationships and prevent violent conflicts. Changing our approach allows us to concentrate resources on blocks where shootings occur most often, a core tenet of the GVRS model. We continue to strengthen the infrastructure supporting this work through staff and system investments, including filling key roles such as compliance specialists, outreach specialists, and hiring bilingual staff, enhancing internal data and grant monitoring systems, and expanding wellness, engagement, and professional development opportunities. Staff participate in advanced trainings, including community violence intervention techniques, trauma-informed care, and crisis response. We are committed to building on this progress and driving further reductions in gun-related violence. To complement the CTS Violence Intervention Awards, WANDS recently awarded $3.6 million in FY26 grants for violence intervention and interruption services in wards 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Adding to our violence intervention efforts, WANDS offers the Pathways programs to address underlying risk factors that contribute to gun violence while offering residents most at risk with alternatives to involvement in violence. In FY25, Pathways hosted 4 cohorts enrolling 115 participants. Participants moved through a 3-phase model that combines cognitive and behavioral transformation, workforce readiness, and wraparound services. 80% of our ambassadors, as we like to call them, graduated from the 9-week classroom-based training portion of the program, focused on life skills, conflict resolution, behavioral change, and connection to supportive services such as mental health and housing assistance. Pathways also develops leadership skills. Ambassadors from Cohort 20 launched the 20 Brothers Mentorship Program, a restorative justice initiative designed to proactively address gun violence. More than 30 youth participated in activities focused on resilience, leadership, and constructive conflict resolution, demonstrating the ripple effect of investing in our younger generations. The Family and Survivor Support Division, referred to as FSS, functions as the part of the district's coordinated response to community violence. When a shooting results in a homicide or injury, or is believed to be gang or crew related, this approach ensures families are not left to navigate alone during moments of profound loss. In FY25, FSS received more than 400 referrals from the Metropolitan Police Department and provided services to more than 82% of referred families, delivering timely assistance during the immediate aftermath of violence. Services included crisis response, temporary emergency housing, behavioral health referrals, and on-site assistance at vigils and remembrance events. FSS facilitated 12 survivor support groups for more than 200 families and children impacted by gun violence. These sessions provided safe spaces to process grief, connect with others with shared experiences, and access resources that promote healing and resilience. FSS also led the district's observance of the National Day of Remembrance for homicide victims, including the lighting of the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge in Orange to honor lives lost to gun violence. During the observance, 17 families were formally honored, ensuring their loved ones were remembered in a moment of collective reflection and healing. The progress we are seeing is real. Gun violence in the ward continues to go down, but the work is not finished. We remain committed to scaling what works, strengthening our partnerships, and continuing to invest in the people and places most affected by gun violence. I want to thank the incredible team at WANS. The work is demanding. This work is often unseen. This work requires courage, and it definitely requires consistency. With sustained collaboration and shared accountability, together we will expand public engagement, save lives, build resilient communities, creating a safer and stronger DC for all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I welcome any questions you may have. Council member, I did put together a presentation that I thought would kind of help keep me focused in providing you the updates as to where the agency is and with relationship to the agreement for the success of WANS.
Great. If I can get a copy of that too.
Okay.
So I can follow along.
Sure.
And Director, as we're going, if you can really focus too on the way that the new model is informing your site selection, and how that's being considered to direct the most resources into the hotspot areas as you walk through, that would be helpful.
Sure. May I take 1 minute to just organize?
Sure, take your time.
Thank
And you know what? We have pulled up the presentation here, so oh, it's not on my, okay. So we can save the paper if that hasn't been started yet, we can follow along.
Okay.
Thank you.
Once again, good afternoon, Chair Pinto and members of the council. Today, I would like to take the time to walk through WANS update to the June 25th, 2025 agreement for the success of WANS, as I believe it will provide additional context for our discussion today.
And if I may just remind everyone for the record that the agreement that the director is referring to came on the heels of the budget negotiations around merging our violence interruption programs all under WANS's leadership, and transitioning over the grants that had been previously managed by the Office of Attorney General. But the agreement that I signed with the mayor laid out a series of changes and transitional plans and commitments on behalf of the agency and the executive. So that's the agreement Director Steen is referring to.
Thank you for that. So the way I've kind of organized this presentation, if you will, is based off of these sections of the agreement. And so I will bring out the heading and then provide more context as to what the heading represents and where we are with relation to our update. So the Agreement for Success has program requirements. Those program requirements fall under the sections of model adoption, training requirements, community engagement, data collection and reporting, service coordination. This presentation is broken up into two parts. One, I'll give an introduction to what GVRS is, but then there's a second half that really goes more into the detail and the logistics and coordination of that, if you will. Next slide, please. So one's in relation to model adoption. One's has adopted an evidence-based model for gun violence prevention. This model focuses on the 3 areas of changing community norms, providing support to the highest risk, and detection and interruption of conflicts. If you see this is a public health approach. We are looking at the GVRS. This is group-based violence reduction strategy. And again, it focuses on those 3 things that were outlined in the agreement. Shifting norms around violence in the community and among shooters, providing on-the-spot alternatives to violence, and highlighting the perceived risks and cost of involvement in violence. So sometimes it's referred to as carrot and stick, but if in more simpler terms, we're really looking at consequences and accountability. Why did we choose this model? This model really highlights a lot of the important pieces that ONES is already doing. Because it incorporates the elements of what we do and do very well, it's evidence-based, and the goal of getting active shooters to stop shooting is the primary focus. So the 5 core elements for the group-based violence reduction strategy are focus on the right places and the people, street outreach, which is our beloved violence interrupters, services and supports, conflict mediation, de-escalation, and focused deterrence with those at highest risk of involvement in gun violence. The second area that was outlined in the agreement focused on the high-risk index. In alignment to our agreement, we are shifting our focus to better understanding the risk factors of high-risk individuals. This work will be done in conjunction with our partners at CJCC. On February 27th, we will host members of the VI community, federal partners to discuss what are the risk factors observed in the field. We hope this convening will help inform in identifying one's real clients. So in this high risk, again, we're convening a focus group in next week, I believe that's next Friday or next Thursday, to include VI's federal partners. And again, it's to have a conversation to, one thing I will say that, not to throw us off, but a couple of things that I've seen in research and studies that ONES is participating in is the fact that we do not necessarily create a lot of or many opportunities for the violence interrupters to speak as policy decisions are being made and being informed. And so this is one way or approach to really kind of get the on the ground perspective as to what they're seeing in terms of identifying who's at risk and help informing how we should go about defining who our real client is. So again, this will be next week.
And Director, when you say working with federal partners, which partners are those?
CSOSA. Yeah, CSOSA. And the convening, even we're hosting it, but I want to also just highlight CJCC in this moment because they have been really, our relationship, I believe, has shifted in a positive way in terms of like kind of developing our cadence, if you will, of how we can engage and what's the best way of using the access and the data that they have access to. So this is our one way that we're going to do a joint effort to really kind of get the voice of our VIs, those who are in the community and seeing it firsthand. Yeah. Next slide for me, please. I think this is probably one of my favorite sections is the focusing on the training. As we are adopting this new model, we know that training is imperative. So we all can be working together and moving in sync. So ONES has designed a readiness 45-hour boot camp focused on professional development as part of the focusing on training of VIs and staff members. This readiness boot camp is, the curriculum has been designed and the proposal is moving through the procurement process. The 40-hour readiness boot camp will focus on topics of conflict de-escalation, mediation, professional code of conduct, including document and data collection, cognitive behavior therapy. But I want to highlight that ONES is a training organization, and the trainings that we have been focused on previously during my tenure is focused on what is a VI, Q&A and grant monitoring, social media tools and techniques, CVI training that was presented by the University of Chicago. And we also present a financial management boot camp for our grantees as they are engaging in business with us. I will say the first phase of designing the curriculum for the 45-hour boot camp has been developed. And as I said, we're going through the procurement process. However, the next phase is in development is really looking at how to prepare the supervisors and the program managers of the programs to support the violence interrupters on the ground, empowering them with coaching tools to as things arise and how to coach through different instances on the ground. Thank you. Community engagement. Youth engagement during the summer, we do a lot of work with in the community. We've invested $250,000 in community grants or community-based grants. We call them mini grants to support different initiatives, which I would like to refer to as part of the ecosystem of ones. These are healing events. These are also events focused on activities for the youth. We also have a summer restorative justice activity. We support safe passages with back to school presence. We have VI's presence at high school and I believe sometimes middle school games. So we have a presence that's an extension of that classroom. If we identify a younger high-risk individual, usually our VIs will say or present to their leadership an individual that may not fall within the 18 to 35 age range. And what they will do is they'll ask for permission to engage. What the process requires is for them to ensure that they have the proper approvals from the parent or the caretaker to ensure that we're able to engage with them legitimately. And as we partner with our partners at CJCC, we're also examining who our real clients are. And in this new series of discussions and definitions, we may identify younger high-risk individuals as part of that conversation. Data collection and reporting. We have adopted the quick-based system of record. ONE's program and participant data we are anticipating will be integrated by the end of this fiscal year. I will say this is probably one of our sluggish metrics or updates. We have worked really hard to gather all of the requirements, but we do rely on a lot of staff internally that have other roles in the organization. We rely on their knowledge of QuickBase to move this along. And so we expect all our program and participant data to be completed by the end of year. We've had multiple builders, and I would just say that, they've come and go. And we have relied heavily on our internal staff with the skill set to deliver this outcome. And of course, they're contributing not only in this role, but also in the role, but we still believe that we'll meet our deadline at the end of this fiscal year. As for standardized grant reporting tools, we have Smartsheets, Zoom, Box accounts. We do conduct program evaluations and long-term conflict trends. We're also memorializing and maintaining as well. Next slide. This is something that we're really excited about. This is in response to the service coordination, we are introducing our case managers and VIs to organizations and agencies within the city that provide services that include anything from therapy, legal services, housing assistance, job training. In April, we will host a fair to connect ONE's case managers and, again, the violence intervention community to agencies that provide wraparound services in these areas that I just listed. So this is kind of a fair. I'm gracious to our partners, but OVSJG Director Jennifer Porter for also introducing us to a lot of the victim services organizations that they have relationship with. I'm also very appreciative to all my forever family at DCHR, who always find ways to kind of help and partner in allowing us to host this great event in their facility. So thank you. In response to the advisory team, we've met December 3rd and February 4th. In our quarterly progress report, we provided information about Cure the Streets transition, violence intervention area analysis, collaboration with CJCC to develop a high-risk index, GVRS, and we also talked about our status of our FY26 RFA and our grant awards. An update on the expansion of our Pathways program, now offering 6 months of classroom experience, 4 months of work experience. Cohort 22 started on January 26th with 20 participants. I believe that's January 19th. It is the 20th. Thank you. And so that concludes my update on the actual progress that we've made on the agreement. In section 2 is focusing on GVRS. Would you like me to pause before going into that section, or just kind of speaking a little more to the updates?
Well, thank you so much. This is really helpful, and I appreciate the way you framed this. I think let's continue going through the model because I'm most curious to hear about how that model was selected. You mentioned a couple minutes ago that it was kind of aligned with some of what you're already doing. So I want to understand what that means and how we can expect a change if it's already kind of aligned with what you're doing. And how that leads into the selection of the grantees, like what those metrics are. But if that is part of this next section, I think we can keep moving through.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind, I'll just start with the selection of the grantees, if that's okay.
Great.
All right. Okay, so our process started on November 3rd of 2025. We released an RFA and this is for the ONES grantees, we released our RFA under this new model, GVRS. It closed on December 3rd of 2025. We had 11 reviewers. These reviewers comprised grant specialists throughout the district, as well as community advisors, those that are familiar with the work of ONES, and we had internal reviewers as well. I would say that we had actually 17 applications, but just know in that number of 17 applications, there are some that applied for multiple wards. So some organizations may have applied to 2 wards, or then you of course have some that apply for 1. Okay. Looking at the
I'm sorry, Director, was there a initial communication made about grantees that had received grants through Cure versus through ONES about we're going to just relook at everything, or was it communicated that the Cure the Streets grants would flow over to next year?
The way it was communicated, so the Cure the Streets grant process was already in play, and it was handled mostly by the Office of the Attorney General. ONES came on board once it was time to evaluate the applications that have already been screened. So, but when the announcement for the GVRS model, that was an open award, and it was made known to anybody who was interested into applying for it. So we usually post through Serve DC, and we also over these last 3 years, we've kind of built a big database of just community organizations that have come to a lot of our events or have expressed interest. So we send out a blast to let them know that the grant or the RFA has been released. In addition to that, before there is an actual application, we conduct a training to understand how to work with the district government, or specifically ONES in this case, but also just the things that are needed to complete this process successfully.
But in terms of the grantees that had already been awarded Cure contracts, that happened before October 1.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So then what happened to those grantees post October 1?
No, I think we're saying, okay, I understand the question. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Let me correct. The grantees that were awarded was for the start of the fiscal year for Cure the Streets. So the process happened during the summer,
Right.
and the award took place October 1, effective for service delivery.
And how many awards were given?
There were 2 vendors awarded, that would be NARC and Father Factor,
And so because those were awarded under Cure, right?
in conjunction with ones because they were a part of not the screening, but the scoring process.
Okay, so that transition happened before the start of the fiscal year.
Mhm.
And then when did your solicitation go out?
Our solicitation for the ones grants went out November 3rd.
And so the 2 that had already been awarded under Cure
Were already in service delivery.
already in service and there was no gap in service.
There was no gap in service.
All right, and they're still continuing service
Correct, to
until
the end of
when?
the fiscal year. It will end on September 30th of 2026.
Okay, and then is the expectation that all grants will go out at the same time on the same
Correct.
schedule?
That is the expectation.
Okay, got it. Thank you for
You're-
clarifying that. Please continue.
Very much. To continue on with the scoring process, there is some criteria. So there is a look at the overview of each organization. We look at their capacity and staffing plans to see how they are able to provide the service. They have a description of their proposed services and outreach and how they will service clients. And then they give us a timeline and deliverable for each. Okay. And of course, there is the budget and narrative component where they will project a budget that will be needed for services delivery. And that's a part of the overall submission of their application. Okay. Did you have any more questions regarding the grant process?
Yes, in terms of the service delivery,
Mhm.
is it also part of the application? It's my understanding that's part of the application that the grantees need to identify who's going to be doing what position.
Correct. Mhm.
Okay, and so I wanted to ask you about one of the grantees, I think it's for Ward 6,
Mhm.
that has been recently posting online openings for
Mhm.
seems like all of their job descriptions. And
Mhm,
so I was just curious if they didn't already have the jobs in place, what was the thinking around stopping the contract for an organization that was already in service in a neighborhood and then starting with a new one that might not have had the infrastructure in place?
So for that particular vendor that you're mentioning, I think that vendor also does grantee does other work for other organizations. So it's not specifically necessarily for ones. When they submit there is a period once they are preliminarily selected. And then you go through the budget workbook and you're trying to come up with understand what are the positions, what are the skill sets required for the position. They also submit the resumes for the persons that they have onboarded for those roles.
Okay. So are you saying that it was part of the consideration that they were doing other work?
I believe so. And I haven't seen exactly what you're referring to, but I do know that particular vendor has multiple grants outside of ones, but they also do a lot of work in the community. So I can't say specifically that they are hiring for one's positions and not necessarily some of the other work that they're doing with the district.
Okay. That one just stood out to me. And again,
Mhm.
all for the objective process. I have
Yes.
no say in who gets what. I'm not on the selection committee.
Mhm.
It just led me to have the question of what are the metrics being considered,
Mhm.
because there was an organization doing this work in that neighborhood. And it was my understanding that one of the metrics was knowledge
Mhm.
of the specific neighborhood. So if it was going to be switched to somebody else that then seemed to not have staff to do that work, I just assumed there might be other considerations that were being made.
We don't prescribe for the organization to determine who they should hire. We just outline the skill sets that we're looking for, or in our grant agreement, we outline what the needs and the positions are. We trust that our organizations they're running their business and their work. And so in that respect, we're asking for the service delivery. We're asking for a staffing plan to ensure that they can meet the capacity of the work that is being required. And we do ask for the resumes for us to see who they're hiring for those positions. But in terms of any employment decisions, we kind of yield to the organization.
Okay, but part of their application is the positions they have or are going to hire for.
Correct, because in the RFA, it outlines very specifically, there are position descriptions as to what ones is looking for to fill that need.
Okay, but it's not dispositive to you if those positions have been hired or not.
Correct.
Just that they have a plan. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, I want to, if that's all right, I don't want to get you off track with the presentation, but I want to turn to my
Okay.
Ward 5 colleague who's joined us, Councilor Zachary Parker, for a round of questions. You can pick up anywhere you'd like.
How are you?
Good to see you, Director.
Good.
I'm going to jump right in.
Okay.
And I know I've missed some of the discussion, so some of it may be repetitive.
Mhm.
But in response to pre-hearing question 15B, Wands notes that, quote, there was no significant improvement, end quote, to its objective to supporting high-risk individuals. And so this strikes me as one of the core functions of the agency. And while it is noteworthy that you reflect on the 68 mediations and graduating 80% of your Pathways program participants, to me, this is distinct from other one-on-one type of interventions for high-risk individuals. So my question is, how does ONE's plan to immediately improve its support for high-risk individuals beyond just better case management for inactive participants?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, can you give me the
It's
question?
15B,
Thank you.
question 15B.
For all measures with met targets and explain the actions the agency is taking to improve the measures outcome efficiency. That-
And while you look for that, I would just say years ago, it was my understanding that ONE's had a list, this notorious list of high-risk, high-need individuals across the district, where the goal was to kind of triage supports and resources. It's also my understanding you all don't keep that list anymore.
That's not true.
You do have the
We
list.
still, we really don't like to use the word list because nobody wants to be on a list. But we do have we call them our people of promise. And so when we are prioritizing services, so like the direct supports, wraparound services, Pathways, for example, we prioritize those that have been referred to us and are a member of our people of promise grouping. And once they are prioritized, there has to be some other kind of checks and balances to ensure their safety, as well as they are able to be in a cohort with other members. So there's a lot of vetting process, but Pathways recruits directly from the people of promise, who are those at highest risk.
And so that, I know you don't say list, but that list is now called the People of Promise.
We refer to as people.
And you are pulling from that list to kind of plug them into different programs.
And in addition to that, some of those individuals that are listed are also in different situations. Some of them are still in incarceration. Some of them are, unfortunately, have deceased over time. And so even for those that are, say, for instance, at DC jail, the violence interrupter groups within ONE's, the internal group, they go into our DC jail. They make visits weekly. Shakita, is it about 40 visits a year? I see you over there, right, girl? But over a period of time, they go into the DC jail to work with those. And as they begin to transition out, there's a relationship that's already there, and we can already be of service for face of familiarity. And they also are ready to work
You
with
would
us.
say it's not accurate what is written, that there was no significant
Looking at the
improvement.
wording, and I do find challenge with the wording because that's not the
Okay.
perception. So if I could just recap again. So for our persons of promise, we recruit them. They are the highest risk individuals that were identified for that period of time. What services do we incorporate?
Sorry, quick question, just jumping in. Who determines who gets on that category?
That list was actually inherited by ONE's. It was a list that was generated by many different partners, CJCC,
Yep.
NPD, it was external to ONE's.
So is
We
it
are the
being
service
updated,
provider.
or is it just the same list from a few years ago?
To my knowledge, it has not been updated. We're still working from the list that was provided
Okay,
from
now
it.
that's concerning because there are some new
But I have some great news.
people of promise. And I'm thinking of young people coming out of DRS, for instance.
I have
And
some great news for you on that front. So
okay,
we're working with CJCC on that front right now. They got letters coming from all angles over here.
that means you have a good team.
They are excellent.
They're making sure you got the right answer.
They are absolutely excellent. So I was just mentioning to Councilmember Pinto, next week, we're starting our conversation in conjunction with CJCC. We're hosting and convening a work group next Friday to understand from our VIs, because sometimes I think the VIs do feel like so much in decisions are being made around them that they don't have any input. So the question that they're going to help us to answer is, what are those high-risk factors that you observe in the community? We're taking that information and then we're going to compile it with what we know as statistics, those that are involved in multiple shootings, those that have a impacted or justice impacted background, those that have been associated with crew-based or crew-based behavior. And we're taking their information to revitalize, to understand who our true clients are. And in that process, I anticipate that we will have some younger clients.
Some new names on that list.
Some younger clients.
Yes. And I would just say a focus for me is how do we extend the support for young people exiting DRS to make sure they're plugged into school, to work, and other opportunities. That is a big gap for the district.
Yeah.
And is in part one of the reasons why recidivism rates are upwards of 70%. Young people are getting out, they're struggling, and then they're going right back.
What I think is, what I have observed to be a successful program for ones is that AD Knight, Shakitha Levy, who leads, oversees our programs, has really put forth a program to ensure there's some familiarity and relationship building with those on our people of promise that are still incarcerated. There's some in the Bureau of Prisons, and we don't know necessarily when they're released, but we'll send them a book. We'll send them a letter just of encouragement, just so they'll know that once they do return home, there is an organization that is willing to work with them. But on a more closer and local level, DC jail, for instance, our violence interrupters and our compliance specialists actually go into the jail and become familiar maybe once a week, if there is a cadence. I don't want to misspeak on the cadence, but I know that we have performed over 40 visits during the last fiscal year, going in there and not ministering, but also just working, kind of understanding what are your dreams in terms of what do you want to do when you get out? How can ones be assistance to you? But just relationship building. And so what I hear
Are
you
you open
saying.
to members of this committee or my team joining that meeting next week?
Sure, it's
Yep.
actually in your ward.
Okay, I would love that. I'm happy to follow up. I know you were talking about the GVRS,
Yes.
this new
Mhm.
research-backed approach. How is one's guaranteeing that each recipient of a grant is employing this program or this strategy?
So first, we're going to start off. So where we are in this rollout is that today we're here to discuss what it is. We have what's going through the procurement process is our training. We want to make sure that everyone is well trained for full transparency and to understand what this is. But the RFA spoke to the different components of this program, GVRS. So what we're looking for our providers to do. Once there is full training, once there's an opportunity, we're going to have some technical assistance because that's going to be needed before we can really, really hold everyone accountable.
One's is providing that technical assistance.
Correct. Once we'll be providing that technical assistance.
And then, but all right, let's say I now have the grant. How are you tracking that I'm actually doing the thing?
We have compliance specialists, we have program level compliance specialists, and then we have what I refer to as our auditing team.
And what does that look like? So is that these specialists are pushing out in the community weekly, daily?
Yes,
monthly?
absolutely. And making sure you are where you say you are and doing what you are, because again, there's some expectations when you're in the community. We're expecting you to be in the communities that you're assigned to, and you should be visible in a notable cadence. What does that look like? You should have on your vest. You also have an ID badge that indicates that you are a violence interrupter. It's not a district government badge, but it's one to say the affiliation with our organization.
So we have training, these specialists, how often are they going to be pushing out?
We're developing the cadence. They're supposed to be in there weekly. In terms of our checking points, we're now scheduling what I refer to as developing the calendar, if you will.
And how many specialists are there?
Internally,
Yes.
eight.
So those 8 will be responsible for
For
how
insu-
many,
for
how many
insurance.
grantees are there?
There are a total of 7 grantees.
So those 8 will oversee those 7 grantees.
Mhm.
And then, how does GVRS compare to the Cure the Streets model?
Can I just add one more
Yep.
part? I'm so sorry.
Nope.
So that is on the program side, but then we also have the compliance specialists that are on the auditing side. That's to ensure that the agency or the organization is living up to its reporting. It's also submitting its invoices properly. It is billing for allowable costs. It's in conjunction with our grants monitoring team. So you have like this kind of trifecta, if you will. You have a program level of compliance. You have a business level of compliance in addition to the grants team.
And I'm assuming if the program specialist is coming back to report that Councilmember Pinto's group is not doing what they're supposed to do, that they could lose their grant.
Correct. That's the consequences of this.
Understood.
Yeah.
And then just very quickly, I am at time. What is the difference between GVRS and the Cure the Streets model?
You know what? Cure the Streets is a GVRS model. But it does focus on one lens that I'm actually happy that they are on board. They do street outreach very well, but that's only one of the 5 components of this GVRS model that we're focusing on. We're looking at outreach. We're looking at on-the-ground violence interrupters. We're also looking at providing services for those of highest risk to give them an alternative. We're also looking at focused deterrence. That's the consequence and the accountability piece of it. And those pieces of violence interrupters have to have the training on to fully do.
I do have more questions, but I'm going to have to pick them up on the next round. I just would say I'm glad that you all are moving in this direction. There needs to be more coordinated support for the work that our VIs are doing on the ground.
Mhm.
I can intervene and mediate and speak life into an individual day in and day out, but if I can't get them a job, if I can't get them the supports from government that they need to be successful, we're spinning our wheels. And I find that a lot of VIs are working and doing what they can, and government continues to drop the ball and giving people a second chance.
Well, I would like to invite you to our capacity fair that's going to happen in April. The capacity fair is where we bring together those government entities as well as our community-based organizations that focus on the services that we find that most of our at-risk individuals need. This
Okay.
is for the case managers. This is also for our violence interrupter organizations to come in and see what's available in their wards.
Okay.
And this is in conjunction with the Office of Victim Services Justice Grants. I want to say thank you to Director Jennifer Porter, and I also want to say again, thank you to Director Hall for allowing us to host this event. at
Awesome.
Ashley.
Thank you. And
Thank
thank you,
you.
Councilmember Pinto, for the extra time.
And thank y'all. Good Lord.
Of course, glad you're here. Okay, so a lot of thoughts from that exchange, but kind of zooming back a little bit.
Sure.
Research came out last year from Johns Hopkins and the University of Maryland that laid out some of their review of how the district was doing with violence interruption.
Mhm.
And so how have you digested that report and those recommendations, and have you implemented any changes as a result of that research?
The biggest, and we just actually met with the research team, I believe that was last week. Oh, 2 weeks ago, sorry. And one thing that I took to heart in, there was so much analysis, and I know that they're still working through meeting with our organizations, but the one thing was the voice of the violence interrupter in terms of capacity. And so when we have a ward-based approach, they were literally sparred out in these geographic containers, if you will. And so listening to that feedback really made us really move a part of this GVRS. And one thing that I think year after year, Councilmember, you've asked, how do we know we're in the right areas? How does ones know we're in the right areas? And I'm happy to be able to say we now will be in the right areas because it's evidence-based. It isn't, as we would get new communities, we would just add to the list, not really assessing if the communities that we were in formerly were still hot or even showed evidence of having high high frequency or concentration of gun violence. And so what we have done is there was an analysis conducted with Deputy Mayor's Office of Public Safety and Justice, as well as the Office of City Administrator. And did you know that there were over 14,000 city blocks in the District of Columbia? I just learned that. I did not know. But there was analysis done on all 14,000 of those city blocks. And they looked at two things over a course of 5 years. They looked at service calls for shooting, in addition to evidence of shooting, whether it's on the unfortunate shooting of a person or property. And over that, they identified the top 10 pervasive city blocks per ward. So each ward that has present, there are 10 high pervasive city blocks. And
Okay,
that's where
but-
we're going to concentrate our efforts.
But why even do it on a per ward basis? Because the hottest blocks, the top 10 blocks in the city aren't mirroring
Maybe I
equally across the-
maybe I misspoke. So we looked across the wards, and in the analysis, it generated the top 10 pervasive high concentration blocks for shooting per ward. So we approached it from the very beginning on a ward by ward basis.
Okay, so I'll just pick on my own ward in Ward 2.
Okay.
As much as I love the resources that we receive.
Oh, thank you.
The prevalence of shooting in Ward 2 is not the same that we're seeing in Ward 8.
Absolutely.
And so why even measure the hotspots based on a ward analysis versus a citywide analysis to then target our resources there?
Because there is pervasive shooting in your ward. However, we do know Ward 7 and 8 are the progressively more stubbornly high concentrated areas for shooting. And so the way we are looking at equity is concentrating majority of our services in those pervasive Ward 7 and Ward 8. However, we're not ignoring that there is pervasive shooting in other wards. We just know that the concentration, the highest concentration is in Ward 7 and Ward 8. And so when we're looking at the total amount to be distributed in this, it all starts with capacity and budget. And so based off our budget, we looked at what is the cadence or what is the approach that we can maintain. And so 7 to 10 blocks is something that we can maintain as an organization. For instance, so like for wards 1, 2, wards 4, they all receive 10% of that to direct to their pervasive shooting. Wards 5 received 15%, and Ward 6 received 11%. So it's based on the capacity, but it's also based off the budget.
Okay, so earlier in the presentation, we talked about how the new model, I don't want to put words in your mouth, what I gleaned was the new model was really focused on the hottest spots, the prevalence of shooting. What I'm now hearing is it's also given to a consideration of citywide.
Yes.
Where hotspots are, even though relative to each other, those might not be even, but that you're then prioritizing extra resources.
That's exactly right. The extra resources are being allocated to where our most stubbornly high gun violence is pervasive, and that would be Ward 6 and 7. Hotspots get funding. We have funding for the hotspots per ward. However, we know the lion's share of our city's shooting is happening in Ward 7, and so in Ward 7 and Ward 8. And so we are allocating more resources to support those areas.
Okay. Are there any grantees servicing Ward 3?
No.
And how many shootings were there in Ward 3 over the last year?
I'm going to defer to our compliance officer.
Thank you for the question. I have numbers all over my head right now. There were 17 gun-related violent crimes in 2025 in Ward 3.
Okay, and what about in Ward 2?
Which compares to, well, now my cheat sheet's over there, but I can give that to you easily.
Sure.
I'll go through my list.
Just go through all the wards.
Sure. So this is violent gun crimes specifically.
Yeah.
Fiscal year 25, Ward 1, 160 incidents. Ward 2, 105 incidents. Ward 4, 97 incidents. Ward 5.
Wait, sorry, 3 was 17.
I'm sorry. Oh, and 3 was 17. I
Okay.
skipped that.
4.
4, 97. Ward 5, 229. Ward 6, 117. Ward 7, 354. And Ward 8, 371.
Okay, and can you define violent incident with a gun?
Sure, this information is actually available on the MPD DC crime cards, and violent incident with a gun would be two related categories of crime. One would be homicide, and the other one would be assault with a dangerous weapon.
Okay. So if somebody drives by and sprays bullets, and that is prosecuted or charged as endangerment with a firearm or public discharge into a public place, would that still be considered a violent incident with a gun?
In this particular case where I provided this information, yes.
Okay, even though it's not one of those two categories.
And say that again, maybe I misunderstood the question.
So you said that the two categories were homicide or assault with a dangerous weapon. But I'm saying for other categories of charges with a gun, like discharging a weapon into a public place, would those other charges also be considered violent incidents with guns?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So this is one metric that you consider of how many gun-related incidents there are in each ward in terms of your then prioritization of dollars to the grantees? Director Sneed, is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
That these numbers of levels of gun incidents in each ward is one of the metrics that you consider for which ward gets the most resources.
So that's just one, but I wanted to go over another data point for you. If you just give me 1 second, I'm sorry. No, here it is. The data that she gave us is interesting. Shakita, I'm looking for the data that you gave me. The data, I think, the data you gave me. Okay, let me see if I can. Can you see that? I think I can. There's more data. Okay, so for instance, so let's look at, so I'm gonna give you a different set of numbers. So for Ward 8, we had in 2024, there were 234 ADWs in homicide. So that was a combination. Thank you. That's probably better for me. Thank you. And so our analysis is based on ADWs and homicides. And so in 2025, through 9/29 of 2025, there were 171 incidents, and we're talking about for Ward 8. For Ward 7, there were 161. That's ADWs and homicides year to date. In 2025, through 9/29, there were 117. Correct. So I wanted to, these are, Mhm.
Sorry.
So
If it's not exact based off just the hotspots, then like, is that part of a calculation? I know my colleagues are a bit tight on time, so I'm going to turn back to them and then we can re-pick up. Council, have you all worked out amongst yourselves what's happening here?
Yes.
Okay. I do want to note we've been joined by Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Wendell Felder. He's also a member of the committee and we'll turn to you in a moment. But I'm going to turn back to Councilmember Parker for another round.
Thank you. I'm going to try and move as fast as possible. In response to your question 59, The agency answered that it has no plans to conduct an empirical analysis of its violence interruption efforts in fiscal year 26.
We're currently under an empirical analysis that is being conducted, if I'm not mistaken, is that the OIG? Or they're conducting an analysis of all of the violence intervention programs across the city, and we are part of that, that analysis. And
One of the reflections I had is you're rolling out a new approach that is research backed. Is there no effort to study its impact, its success?
Oh, definitely. Oh, yes, because once we roll it out, I'm learning more about the importance of also having someone, a third party to kind of come in
Yes.
and assess the organization. So yes.
It's really important.
But we're really looking at right now that one of the things that I will say is that we generally jump into research, and this is just my opinion on this, once we haven't really firmed out and worked out all the kinks of rolling out things. So what I would like to do is to have that as a focus in the next fiscal year, while we're still making sure that this is a seamless rollout.
Okay. In response to question 12, Wands notes that it has rescinded its fiscal year 26 application for SNAP funding due to low participation.
I will defer that to Deputy Director Julia Irving.
So my question here is what accounts for the lower enrollment? And it strikes me as though supporting folks with SNAP benefits would be complementary to the work that you're doing.
I will let Deputy Director Julia Irving to respond, but many of our participants aren't necessarily eligible, but she will go into the detail of that.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Councilmember Parker. Director's sentiments were correct. What we found in evaluating just the effectiveness of that grant fund and meeting the requirements of it is that generally, when you think of the population that we serve, there was an assumption that was made. But through our data analysis, we learned that that assumption was actually incorrect. One thing that we've been really hyper-focused on in Pathways is partnering with our VI partners in the community. And as a result, we have younger ambassadors in our cohort. With those younger ambassadors in our cohort, they're actually already on someone's roster, so that disqualifies them. And then also a lot of our ambassadors, they're already stabilized, so they don't qualify for the SNAP benefits. So again, those were the two major barriers.
I don't
for
know
us.
this offhand, but eligibility for SNAP, when you say on someone else's roster,
So
they can count towards someone else's benefits up to age, what, 21?
21. And so again, we have learned that we needed to look at a younger population. And so with that younger population and mixing it with an older population, we just found that our ambassadors were not. The assumption was that 100% of our ambassadors would meet the criteria, and on average, approximately 10% met the criteria.
Okay. In response to question 67, Wands notes that only 16 out of 70 violence interrupters worked in the same priority area between October of 24 and October of 25. What accounts for this small number of VIs working in the same place over time?
I can. Thank you for the question, council member. Can you please tell me the question number again?
It was question 67.
Thank you.
That only 16 out of 70 VIs worked in the same priority area. And it goes without saying, you know, as with most things, more time means more expertise usually. And so what might account for such a small number of VIs working in the same area?
Sure. So this is, again, sort of based on real world experience over the last 18 months for myself in this position. We think that the 16 maintained is a win for us, right? And again, they're assigned to the same area, meaning either the same hotspot and or ward, working closely with maybe the same organization or a different organization with their expertise. You know, they have the ability to elevate themselves professionally as well. And I would think that some of that consideration might mean that they've moved on to either another position within this particular space or work area or with their organization.
How many VIs are moving from area to area or ward to ward?
In my experience, not necessarily moving from a different location, although they may have moved to a different organization providing services that is funded by our grant awards.
Okay, that brings me to another question. How many VIs were employed in fiscal year 24 versus 25?
I have the information for fiscal year 25 in specifics, which is 70. I don't necessarily have the total for
Do you
for
have how
FY
many
24.
of those VIs were previously employed in previous years? What I'm getting at is part of the model, as I have always understood it, is that violence interrupters are building relationships, are building trust in order to support at-risk individuals. What this signals to me is that we have a lot of people that are new to the area, new to this organization, that are engaging in this work, and it doesn't really seem like they're cultivating the trust that would be necessary to make as much impact. And so that's what I'm getting at here. So when I see 16 out of 70 are in the same area, to me, that seems like a very low number that would be carrying over. I would want to see many more of the VIs working in the same area because that's how they cultivate trust. Am I looking at that the wrong way?
I don't think so, but I think that's part of the why we're rolling out this GVRS model is to kind of get more of a handle on placement, number of VIs, but also the training so that they are able to cultivate relationships a little better. What I did want to say to you is that the 25 or the 2025 number, we had up to 72 VIs on board at one time.
Do you know how many of them were carryovers or had previously been VIs?
I believe 67 of them, but I want to.
Okay, so that's great. So
Correct.
67 out of 70, that's good, but 16 out of 70 to me seems like a very skewed and low number.
Yes.
This is probably going to be my last question. I'm going to pass my colleague the rest of my questions in hopes he asks them. But there has been recent concerning reports in local media about recipients of some of the grants from your agency wasting taxpayer money on expensive dinners and parties and trips out of state. For instance, there was a February 6 Washington Post article on life deeds using $411,000, among other things, to open bars, Miami nights, and partying, et cetera. How is the agency changing its vetting process with grantees to ensure that there is not this abuse of district payer dollars?
Thank you for the question. One thing that I will say is that the strength of this team that has been convened was to remedy that issue right there. And how we've done that is that we've changed the approval process. It's no longer, historically, an organization could just submit on the back end. At that time, there was a third party. One of the workarounds or the remedies to it was bringing compliance inside house. We are now overseeing the compliance perspective ourselves versus having it outsourced. So that gives you a little more leverage and control over the approval process, because during that historical time, most of the approvals were already made by the third party vendor, and then the invoicing was coming to ones just
So
to
now they need
reimburse.
pre-approval.
So they have to have
And are they able to use district dollars for out-of-state expenses?
To this day, I don't believe we've done it. We were trying to really utilize the
There
beauty
was
of,
reporting of go-karting in New Jersey.
and what year was that?
This is reported in that February 6 Washington Post article by Life Deed.
We haven't done that since we moved it in-house.
Okay,
Yeah.
so now if out-of-state being Maryland, that might make sense.
So we have a
But
process.
out-of-state New Jersey, that doesn't quite make sense.
So one thing that I realized that a lot of our organizations weren't necessarily taking advantage of the opportunities that are here in our nation's capital and immediate serving. So for instance, out-of-state could appear to be Deep Creek, right? But we believe in Deep Creek as a natural. So what they will do is submit a plan to say, hey, we're taking these individuals. We'll ensure that those individuals are actual clients of ones. We'll ensure that there's a safety plan in place. And then they give us a budgeted list of what activities they will be engaging in. And before they step on any vehicle going out, it
Understood.
has to be approved.
So is every expense needing to now be pre-approved?
Correct. It's sometimes, and I know that it is frustrating to some of the organizations sometimes, but it is for now, we have picked up, got a better process in
So
terms
if I
of the
want to throw
speed of
a pizza
approval.
party, I need to get one's approval.
Well, yes, for the
And what's the
budget,
window of approval?
usually within 72 hours. So you can't plan all in on Monday at 8 a.m. and saying you need to be approved by 4 p.m.
Understood. Okay, I am at time. I'm going to ask this last related question and then I'm going to pass it. In response to pre-hearing question 63, the agency notes that it will conduct, quote, pre-award application reviews and quote, risk assessments to ensure appropriate use of grant fund. And I think
Absolutely.
you spoke to that.
Yes.
But how are we ensuring that these pre-award application reviews don't lead to discrimination? And that, like, can you just walk me through what that review looks like? Who's doing it? And what are the things that might be flagged that would say you don't get the grant versus you do get the grant?
So we look at your business structure. Do you have a clean hands with the District of Columbia? Have you, and you disclose all of the business dealings that you have with DC government. So for instance, that you're saying you're working on multiple grants. We just want to make sure that you
Who
aren't
does that? The compliance team.
the compliance team and the grants monitoring team, because remember, the grants team is the front.
As director, do you get the final say? That the
terms
team
of-
says this organization doesn't get the grant and you get to say no, but I want them to get the grant.
Yes, I do have
And
that.
vice versa, they could say this organization will receive a grant and you get to veto and say, I don't want them to get the grant.
So the grants it's the process of, they make the recommendation, I'll see the scoring. Like in this, I'll give you a great example of just in this last iteration, we had 32% reduction. And I know a lot of that was done with historical organizations, especially in those hard to connect neighborhoods. And so in those instances, I weighed the scoring in addition to the progress that we made last year, that I want to lose the gains that we made.
Okay, I'm gonna leave with this. Thank you, Director. I think this work is very important.
Thank you.
Some of my questions were getting at, I think again, for people that are skeptical, we need to provide the empirical data
Absolutely.
and information to quell some of the concerns that we repeatedly hear. If you could just respond in 30 seconds or less, why is this VI work so critical to public safety in the district? And that will be my last question for you.
It is critical because BIs are our non-traditional connector to the communities that you and I won't necessarily be able to connect to. It's not only just relatability, but it's also just the fact that they have not only lived experience, but they have a familiarity. They are our non-traditional behavior modification specialists, and I'm so grateful for them for the work that they do. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Councilor Parker. Councilor Felder?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Director, members of your team, it's always a delight to see you guys. I'm gonna just jump right in. Now that Cure the Streets has transitioned from the Office of the Attorney General to WANDS, what operational changes have you made to ensure strong oversight?
So to ensure that there was a seamless transition, we had a team of 8 individuals working within WANDS who had special skill sets. So there was a compliance team, there was a grants management person, there were violence interrupter program sorry, I'm losing my compliance specialist. So we had program level staff to ensure to kind of evaluate what they were currently doing, to evaluate the contract or the RFA that they were presented to, that they applied to, because again, when we inherited it, the OAG was already midway in their RFA process. And so we were a part of the scoring process. And in that process, we really learned a lot. I just recently said to Councilmember Pinto, one of the things that I believe, even though Cure the Streets is a gun-based violence reduction strategy, it's heavy in its outreach, and I enjoy the fact that and I think it helps us build our street outreach performance. So we looked at those components and considered that as we were also building it into our GVRS model that we're rolling out this fiscal year.
Thank you for that, Director. Now, beyond mediation counts, how are you evaluating the effectiveness of violence interrupters?
In terms of what?
In terms of, so for example, well, let me rephrase my question. How are you measuring the effectiveness of violence interrupters beyond mediation counts?
We look at a couple of things. How many hours are you spending in the community? How many hours are you spending with your individual high-risk clients? What engagements are you centering and focusing on? Again, as we have been really trying to transition what engagement looks like. We also know that sometimes we have to provide technical assistance because sometimes it can be the same thing. Not to
to highlight, but they love Topgolf. And I know that that's a recreation, and I have nothing against Topgolf, but there's other activities to bring in people who can speak to some of the services that, and the relatability piece, but just to also just engage in different ways. So they've been really receptive to ideas of how to do things differently. And we look at how long the client stays engaged with ones.
Now, how are you evaluating whether each violence interrupter site is meeting your performance expectation?
The reporting is basically, they're reporting their data and the verifiability, just being able to verify what's in the reports that they're being able to provide. The responsiveness to incidents. Are you where you say you are, or you say you're going to be? There's just different ways that we look at different things. But one thing I will say, as we have been in transition, and we don't get everything perfect or right in the first time. So we do a lot of technical assistance to say, hey, we're seeing this. Can you help us understand what's going on before it becomes kind of a punitive situation? In most instances, we have those monitoring of on-site visits. We have the compliance team to go out and work with the leadership as well as those on the ground for their reporting and to make sure that the things that are being submitted align to what we're seeing on the ground.
Thank you for that. I'm gonna shift gears real quick to the Pathways program. Big supporter of the Pathways program. I believe in it. My question, couple of them, Director. I'll start off with, how are you tracking long-term outcomes like recidivism or re-involvement in violence?
So I want to defer to our Deputy Director, Julia Irving. This is her baby, if you will. She has, as we've been focusing on the violence intervention side, she's really taken on the Pathways program in terms of its transition and enhancement of some of the things that are going inside. So Julia.
Thank you, Director, and good afternoon, Councilmember Felder. So within the Pathways programs, historically, when we've looked at recidivism, there's been a high concentration on their rearrest, and that's just general rearrest. And what we've learned during this new posture that, see you later, cohort 22, thank you for coming out today, guys. I apologize. But yes, and so during our evaluation of just our recidivism rates and understanding the climate that we're in as a city, we are really grateful to our data team of Alvin Pringle and Leroy Quarles for really going and dissecting that data to see what are the actual offenses that our gentlemen are being arrested for. And we've really partitioned it down to being hyper-focused on those that are gun-related offenses as opposed to driving without a license or just a simple engagement with law enforcement with the increased presence that we have in the city at this time.
Now, the graduation rate for the Pathways program is about 80%. Could you speak to what steps are you taking in order to see an increase in the overall graduation rate?
Thank you for asking that. So under the leadership of Director Sneed, we are very fortunate to be able to extend our Pathways program from a 10-week model to a 10-month model. And again, that was steeped in qualitative and quantitative data. So we had opportunities to speak to previous ambassadors about their experiences, those that were able to successfully transition to subsidized employment, and those that are still looking for employment. And what we found is that by being hyper-focused on our CASA scores to better equip our ambassadors, also diversifying the certifications that we make available to our ambassadors in conjunction with doing assessments early on, intensifying our case management services, and giving us additional time through our amazing case management team to stabilize our ambassadors in those areas where there were barriers to employment, such as housing and or familial matters. That has uniquely positioned us to be best prepared to allow our ambassadors to enter into the workforce and sustain that employment because we've addressed those barriers in advance.
Now, Director Irvin, could you speak to what are some of the most common reasons that lead to members of the cohort not graduating?
Our number one challenge is housing, just the affordability of housing. And we understand that there are various housing initiatives throughout the city, but we work with persons that are in crisis at the highest risk of engagement in gun violence. And what we often say is that we're taking tigers who were in the jungle and we're making them kittens so that they can play with everyone. But once we make them kittens, we cannot return that kitten into the jungle. And so identifying affordable housing for our gentlemen that does not place them back into the jungle has posed a challenge. But we are grateful to our partners at CFLS who have given us dedicated units in their facility to provide safe housing for our gentlemen and assist them on their road to employment. In addition to that, having a driver's license, and that's something that we are diligently working on, but our ambassadors, just the need to have a valid driver's license has also posed to be a challenge. And then we also are grateful to some, because that's a new partnership. Substance abuse disorder is a real thing, and that again has been another barrier, and we're very grateful for their outpatient and inpatient programs in that partnership.
No.
I was going to add in terms of the driver's license. Once upon a time, it was the lack of you needed ID to get an ID, right? But now it's like this generation, it's interesting because they can drive, but they not necessarily want to go through the time and attendance that are required to get the license. And so the case managers are really focused on trying to work them through that process.
Now, in terms of some of the you mentioned, Director Irvin, why individuals do not graduate from the cohort. Could you speak to what are the bigger, broader barriers to the pathways? I'm sorry. What is the biggest barrier to pathways participants' overall success outside of housing, ID? Is there anything else you want to add? And what is the one's office doing to address those challenges?
Thank you. We have learned in this current climate that when you are working with individuals that are in crisis at the highest risk of engagement, one thing that we've been very fortunate in Pathways, and I do want to commend our outreach team, Sean Coleman and Amon Ball and Alvin Pringle, again, for their due diligence in ensuring that we're working with the appropriate persons. But when you are working with the appropriate persons, in some instances, it means that they have a past, and there are occasions where that past comes back to them, and that is a huge barrier for our ambassadors, but we are committed to supporting them through our VI partners when they go on their state-issued vacation to ensure that they remain engaged with ones.
Now, some pathway participants have shared disappointment after they have gotten a job that was like a temporary employment opportunity, and then they didn't get that full-time employment opportunity. Could you speak to what your office is doing to address that?
So we work very closely with the Department of Employment Services. One thing that is a huge disappointment for not just our ambassadors, but it is the fact that WEX placements or those temporary placements never or rarely transition over into permanent placement. And so to remedy that, I must commend the team within the workforce development team within our Pathways program, because they really have been hitting the streets trying to close that gap. They've been reaching back and they've been conducting monthly or maybe bi-monthly, they'll have hiring fairs where they've actually gone business to business on themselves, asking for a commitment, asking for them to come and participate in the hiring fair. But that's one thing that I would the charge that, and the ask, if you will, that I would promote is that a lot of our organizations in the city, they do benefit from the temporary work because we are providing that resource. However, we really do need businesses they've done the work, these young men have done the work, and they really do need businesses to step up to support them.
Before I turn it back over to the chairperson.
If I may add, council member, we have noticed that with the reimagined education team at ones, that in our most recent cohort that graduated on September 26th, 31 ambassadors, we had 23 graduates in that program, but through the tenacious efforts of our education team, 31 ambassadors have secured unsubsidized employment, and I apologize, 2 have secured unsubsidized employment, but they were able to do it within 30 days. And when you look at our previous estimates, it took a lot longer for our men to get there. And one thing we've been extremely intentional about is working with our subsidized partners. And as opposed to saying, hey, this is free employment for you. What we offer is that we will cover their probationary period, but you must make a commitment that you are going to hire out of the pool that we provide to you.
And just last question before I turn it back over to the chairperson. How do you guys measure success? So you send folks to job fairs. Do they come back? Like, how are you tracking that success?
So the interesting thing is oftentimes when people think of pathways, they look at employment and they believe that that's the number one indicator. Pathways is a cognitive behavior transformation program. So the way that we measure success in Pathways is their mindset. And I always like to take people on a journey in Pathways. We had an ambassador that was on his work experience, and a gentleman came by him, and this ambassador's work experience was within 5 minutes of his home. That is one of our communities of promise. A gentleman came by and he postured as though he had a weapon on him. Our ambassador ignored the gentleman. The gentleman then aggressed on our ambassador. Now, our ambassador had a couple of choices. Our ambassador chose to call his social capital network and say, this is what is occurring at my workplace right now. I need guidance. That is success for Pathways because he was within 5 minutes of his home. He is a person that is at the highest risk of engagement in gun violence. He could have made a phone call to his peers, or he could have taken matters into his own hand, but he chose to call his network to provide guidance. That is success in Pathways.
Madam Chair?
Thank you. Really, been very, free for all today with our times. So we're gonna try to get back on track a bit. I think that's a really powerful example. And as somebody who often does ask what the employment outcomes are, I don't think of it as it's up to Pathways. I think of it as Pathways is doing an incredible job on helping people make that transformation and help with that behavioral health process. And how can we as a city ensure that once you have gone through that process, we have your back to help you with the employment piece. And so that should not be all on ones. And so I just wanted to clarify that we have to connect that as a city.
Absolutely.
To carry forward the excellent work that you all are doing with Pathways.
Can I just add to one piece of that? One thing that we do at ONES is we will try our best to fulfill a need. And I'm sorry, I misspoke. I called them, they were used to be called the workforce development team, but now they're the education and training team. And so I want to make sure that I give them the correct designation. But when there is a need, they do simply just jump in and try to figure it out. And so when we have a large number of WEX placements, those temporary, and again, the purpose of the WEX placement is to build a resume, to have an opportunity to say, it shows a couple of things. It shows that I consistently got up and went to work every day. And while I was there, I was able to utilize some of the skills that I've gained in the transformation and transitional program. And once that has happened, I'm proving to you that I am a reliable person who can do this work. Now, I know that it doesn't always transition, but that doesn't stop our education and training team from trying. And so they literally have gone, hit the community, the business community, door by door, establishing relationships. I do believe they have a cadence or a requirement that they're supposed to meet in terms of engaging the community partners. And that also speaks to a lot of what's in the agreement in terms of that engagement. So I do want to highlight the work that they're doing because they are in the community trying to make connections when the connections doesn't naturally happen.
Great. No, thank you for mentioning that. And I will just say, for any businesses watching and for all of our work in trying to connect these dots, when businesses ask, how can we be part of solutions for the city? How can we be advancing public safety? One of the clearest ways is to hire our residents and hire our Pathways participants who have already gone through this incredible transformation. So we will keep beating that drum and trying to get some of our employers to open up opportunities that are so needed and be part of the solution. So moving back to some of the data sharing needs and agreements, One's, is my understanding, receives some data from MPD, receives some data from CJCC. Is there a plan to establish formal data sharing agreements with these agencies? And how is the information flow going now in terms of standardized and routinized meetings and check-ins?
I'm going to defer to our GC, John Cheek, but one thing I was going to say in this experience over the course of 3 years, if I can just speak candidly for a second, is that ONES is a partner in this work. However, it also sometimes feels like we are, because we're not law enforcement, we don't have the same entitlements to the data. And so we do rely on, and I'm just going to be on relationship building, but it's not necessarily a procedural or an agreement or a contractual. And so that is something that I'm hoping that in our relationship building with CJCC, they can kind of help kind of facilitate those conversations. But on an internal aspect, we do rely heavily upon our sister agencies within the cluster to share information or to at least make us aware of information that they can at liberty share. But I'm going to defer to our general counsel if you go. Thank you.
So Director, you kind of stole my answer a little bit. But for information that we try to gather from other agencies, kind of one of the workarounds has been that we have clients that we work with complete authorization to release authorization so that those agencies that they are interacting with can provide us information about the clients. So that's pretty much what's happening right now. But like the director said, because we're not law enforcement, we've been told that they are prohibited from sharing information with us, certain information with us. So
Like what information?
okay, perfect example is when we are trying to gather personal information for clients because we're trying to get in touch with them, we're trying to make contact with them. That's one of the things that they'll tell us that, hey, no, we can't actually share that information with you. Another piece of information is sometimes active warrants, I believe, is another situation where we aren't privy to, which would honestly help us because I know some of our pathways participants, they'll show up first day and then maybe 2 or 3 days later they're getting picked up, and so it's a hassle finding out on the back end. And we have to kind of triage the situation.
And if I could just add, John, that does happen more frequently than we realize. So we really are very intentional about our vetting process to ensure that we can not only ensure the safety of our participants, but ensure the safety of our staff as well. And one thing that we have found is that we work through CJCC a lot to try to get some vetting information so we are able to make sure that we, confirm that we actually have the right client. We do use a lot of the public databases in terms of court documents, court research, that type of thing to confirm, but there's existence of actual data that is already readily available versus doing this Google search that really could help in fast tracking. I'm not sure if you want to add to it a little bit, but fast tracking this information.
Have you asked for a formal data agreement?
I think no, because in the conversation, it was already said, well, you're not law enforcement, which is true. We're not law enforcement. Go ahead.
Additionally, another challenge for us is in the victimization. So we have requirements from other entities that require us to provide information on victimization rates of participants in pathways and/or on our VI side. However, because we're not a law enforcement entity, we're not able to get the information that is being required of us. And so that's another barrier that we have in meeting some of our mandates.
Well, let's keep talking about that because it feels just like an unnecessary blockade to progress.
Especially, I mean, we sit in a joint meeting. That's a great example right there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so once the grants are out, and you talked about the review panel that considers who gets the grants.
Mm.
Now, not from before, but now moving forward, what does the follow-up and evaluation look like to ensure that the dollars are being used as intended, that the services are meeting the recipients as they intend to be? I know you mentioned in an earlier round, like there would be a drawback if someone was in violation, but what does that oversight actually look like on a day-to-day basis?
So it's, again, I kind of spoke about the trifecta of you, if you will. So you have the grant side that does a look, that reviews this, that reviews the invoicing to ensure that what was approved is being invoiced or invoiced for repayment. We also have our program side where they're actually going out to confirm that activities and engagements are actually occurring. And then we have our compliance team that actually does also a level of work to ensure that the organization is in compliance with the grant agreement. And so I'm going to defer to Heather to speak a little more about what the work that her team is doing.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Councilmember, for the question. As you know, we've been in front of you for a couple of hearings and talked about the new Office of Compliance at the ones, and we are maintaining our work, and each compliance specialist is assigned to several grantees. Last year, we were able to conduct several site visits, site reviews, and several of those were in person. Most of the initial ones were in person, followed by field observations where we went out to scheduled activities for each provider. Again, doing similar monitoring that the program team does, although they're really looking at coordinating, right, with the VIs and the organizations on that engagement with the participants. We're looking more at the technical pieces, right, correct, complete, on time, the paperwork and reporting that's required to be in compliance with the grant agreement. And then, as the director stated, the grants team is really doing a lot of that financial monitoring and oversight. And so some of the reports that we generate are reviewed or looked at by the grants team. We attend those financial review meetings with the grants team so we can answer any questions, just to make sure that what's being paid, invoicing, payroll is, again, in alignment with the grant agreement, and the work that the organizations say they're doing is actually being done.
And is that team who handles the grant agreement follow-up the same people who are reviewing the substantive VI work follow-up?
I would like to jump in and answer it. So again, remember, it's threefold. So you have, I call the business side of it in terms of making sure that the organization is stable and able to meet the goals of the grant agreement. Then you have the grant agreement itself, the monitoring of the invoicing, ensuring that what is being billed is allowable and has been approved. But we also have a program.
Wait, I'm sorry. What's the difference between the first and second example?
So one is more, so let's just say you have a clean hands. There's it's kind of a checks and balance to our grants team. It's now this next layer is looking at all of the total package of invoices over a period of time,
Okay.
looking at any documentations that have been submitted as a part of, and then actually doing a physical site visit to ensure that, let's just say you bought a file cabinet. That file cabinet is actually present. You billed us for a file cabinet. Let's make sure that the file cabinet is actually present. That's just one example. But on the programmatic side, you have these outreach specialists. And what the outreach specialist really is working directly with the violence interrupters that are actually doing the work and saying like, hey, we're conducting this group. We have this engagement. Oh, we went before they left for the trip. We went to the site where they were leaving from to ensure count heads, let's say. And it's that level of checks and balances to ensure. So once it goes from here, and if there's a grant question and say, hey, did this actually occur? I don't see a notation in the system that says this actually occurred. And they can go back and say, oh yeah, no, I was there, or it didn't occur. And so therefore, that's when the exchange with the organizations. I think our outreach team in the violence interruption side of the house, they really are that first level of being able to ensure that the services are being delivered. They meet with them on a weekly basis with their assigned organizations to kind of get for technical assistance, sometimes to say, hey, we're not seeing this. One thing I think we are in this next, we're getting better at the checks and balances, the coordination between the trifecta. I think when we left that day, we had a third-party entity, and then we didn't have a third-party entity when we walked out the door. We quickly so each of the SOPs have been really dynamic and expanding into what's the work, how does it evolve over time, and what true compliance looks like, because there's a programmatic side as well as there's the business aspect of it too.
Okay.
Thank you.
What are some of the circumstances that a grantee would have to give back the funds?
Oh, yes, there are actually a few. Thank you.
Council member, for certain for grantees that would have to return funds, one, if the activity didn't happen, it didn't happen the way that they described in the approved, in the approval that was provided to them. Certain there are certain aspects of the activity where the grantee would say that they're providing X amount of, I'll just say widgets, and that number was significantly less. They would be required to pay back those funds. Now, of course, if there's outright fraud or criminal activity, we would seek funding back from the grantee, but also would get our law enforcement partners involved to also get that money back.
Is there an opportunity to cure or a back and forth between if there's an allegation that's received?
Sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
Like, would a grantee have an opportunity to explain themselves or to present their side of the case if there's an allegation of improper use of funds?
Yes, so there's a whole notification process. The compliance team works out. I'll had to kind of jump in on that piece.
So all it runs through the compliance team, both for the disbursement, the oversight, and then the ultimate clawback if that needs to happen.
Yes, it runs through the compliance team from the perspective of reviewing conditions that may lead up to any type of corrective action.
Okay, great. So one of the conditions of the agreement from the summer was that there would be the establishment of this transition advisory team that you and I both serve on. And one of the ways that we structured this was to have you and the mayor's office and the attorney general and myself and community members who have lived experience in violence interruption work. At the last meeting, the mayor still needed to appoint her subject matter expert. And so I wanted to see if there's any update on that and if you can commit to making that appointment before the next meeting.
I will definitely work with, my participation on the meeting. First, I just want to address, I did not understand the process very well. So our memo and updates was actually, it was still late, but it was still on January 30th. And I thought it had to go through a certain approval process versus me just distributing the memo itself. And so now that I understand that I can freely just distribute it, the next one will be more timely. In terms of the appointee, I actually look to our Deputy Mayor, Pia, as your co-chair in this process. And so I will make sure that I follow up to ensure where we are with that process.
Okay,
thank you.
Great. And I think that's an important part of just ensuring this transition goes smoothly and just hearing directly from folks who are doing this work or who have done this work to ensure that all of these great changes that you all are leading on are informed by different perspectives. Okay, let me turn back to Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Shifting gears from pathways to family and survival support. Director, could you speak to how quickly are families connected to services after a homicide occurs?
So there's an outreach that is done usually from MPD. There's a somewhat semi-daily call where they will provide the data to Jeff Hill, who is the manager of the FSS division, and he will disseminate that information upon receipt. Generally, I've found that Jeff works and his team works fairly quickly when all of the information, contact information is made available. Sometimes it's a little sluggish because there's missing or the numbers that have been provided aren't inaccurate or up to date. And so there's a little bit of work that has to be done to kind of to identify working with them to get the more up-to-date information. But I will defer to Julia to speak a little more about FSS.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. So the cadence is that MPD will receive the case. All cases that come to FSS are all referred from MPD. They don't receive cases outside of that. Typically, they will receive the case within 24 hours of the incident occurring, usually a little later than that. Once our team receives the case, they will review the case internally, do preliminary case assignments, and then our team will conduct a 2 p.m. call with partners just to gauge the temperature of the family, whether or not engagement on that day or in the next 72 hours is appropriate. And based upon that call, within 72 hours, the families are engaged.
Now, how are youth-specific grief services being evaluated for impact?
So I really want to thank Ms. Himes and Ms. Quarles. They were two mothers that spoke earlier today, and it is through their testimonies, it's through their consistent participation in our grief group that we are learning about the impact that we're making in FSS. For instance, we've received 102 incidents to date in FY26. 80 of our families have been served. So through our Quick Base data capturing tool, we're able to assess the level of services. FSS has implemented a new process where they triage families. So for instance, a juvenile or an individual who had life-ending situation, they're on a red level. So they're going to get immediate assistance, whereas someone who may have endured a gunshot wound, our FS team will work closely with our hospital VIs to coordinate service and care between them and the hospital case manager.
Now, could you speak to how many violence interrupters are assigned specifically to Ward 7?
There are two organizations that are providing services in Ward 7. One is Together We Rise. They have a total of a staff of 12, and they have a total of 6 VIs. There is also a newer organization that works in Ward 7, our Community Support Services. They have 2 providers that's working in Ward 7.
Now, how many mediations occurred in Ward 7 in FY 2025 and FY 2026 to date?
Can I get that number to you? I don't have the FY25 numbers, I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Okay, so so for FY25, we have 51. I'm sorry, am I reading it wrong? Huh? So we don't have any in FY26 as of yet, but I would like to give you the number for FY25 if that's possible. I don't have it readily available.
And could you speak to what percentage of pathway participants are Ward 7 residents?
In our current cohort, we have a representation of 5 ambassadors that are from Ward 7.
And how does the ones determine which neighborhoods within Ward 7 specify as priority communities?
Sorry about that. Analysis was conducted. And so for Ward 7, that showed the most pervasive and concentrated. You know, I prefer to read it off of this one. So out of 1,993 blocks in Ward 7,
401 street segments had at least one shooting, which is 20% of your community in the last 5 years. So within Ward 7, the highest concentration of shootings, 11% of those shooting activity in Ward 7 happened on 10 blocks. They are primarily clustered in 3 neighborhoods, Mayfair, 37th, and Marshall Heights. And I do have the actual breakdown of the blocks that I can send or submit to you.
Could you speak to what is the average crisis response time in Ward 7 compared to other wards?
I don't have that readily available, but I can provide that to you.
And could you speak to what specific adjustments have you made in Ward 7 in response to violence trends?
So one model that we were specifically took, since 7 and 8 are the highest concentrating in terms of pervasive violence. So we have 2 providers in Ward 8, and so we have mirrored that in Ward 7 with the 2 providers. Because if you look at the map, and I'm sure that's something I can share with you, it's it's dynamic. They're not in clustered. And so to ensure that there's coverage, we have both assigned to different to different blocks in the community for coverage.
How are you supporting staff who work in high trauma environments?
We were really working with their trauma-informed care in terms of coaching and training. In this next rollout of the model, we have made it more intensive, focused on the trainings. And if it can give me 1 second, I want to share what those trainings will look like. So a part of what I refer to as common growth, especially when we're looking at newer organizations that are coming apart, we have a curriculum that's focused on conflict de-escalation mediation training. And we have one that's also focused on the professional code of conduct for DC CBI workforce, handling trauma for professionals. It also empowers them what to do when you're in the community. I think a lot of our stress is that we have the relatability, we have our presence, but we don't necessarily aren't articulating where we can see the real gains in terms of having our high-risk individuals to really put down the gun. And so we have a cognitive behavior therapy training that is focused on the ROCA approach to CBT. And in addition, we're working really much on handling trauma for professionals. So what the tools in the tool belt so they can have access to those resources as well.
Could you speak to how many of the violence interruption, or rather how much of your violence interruption budget goes directly to community-based organizations versus administrative costs?
What I can provide you with is the amounts of the grant award, but I would need a little more time to do a breakout. Oh, sorry, I guess we do have the breakout.
Yeah, if you can send me that, that would be helpful.
Okay, great.
And could you speak to how often do you conduct site visits for violent interruption grantees?
And is it from a compliance perspective or in terms of out in the community and engagement?
Community and engagement.
Should he?
I mean, both. I would say both.
Okay, so we could start with the compliance site visits.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Council Member. The compliance unit at ONES, again, which was stood up with the newest RFA in FY25 and continues through this RFA grant period. We conduct at least 2 monitoring visits, some are virtual, some are on-site, during any grant funding period. So we conducted 2 January 2025 through December 2025 for that grant funding period. We plan to do the same this year. We also go out into the community once we have the week ahead schedules for each organization. We do pop-up visits and make sure that we're attending those events and building relationships with those folks delivering the services. And again, we're verifying completeness, correctness, and timeliness on some of the grant agreement deliverables.
And my last question is for this round, what documentation do violence interrupter grantees submit to verify service delivered?
They have their community plans. They have their engagement protocol in terms of which requires them to plan in advance where they're going, when they're going, what engagements, what's necessary, and what supplies are needed for the engagements. So this is all submitted on a weekly basis in terms of um, uh, community touch points, in terms of what the temperature of a community is. That is also provided. If there's an incident that has transpired in a community, we're expecting to have that report in within the 72-hour period.
Thank you, Director. Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Councilmember. In the transition process over the last couple of months, were there any hurdles or lapse in funding or a drawback of funding that had to come as a result of that transition?
So our solicitation closed on December 3rd. Our grant for the ones grantee started in January. Each of the providers has provided a request for an advancement. That request is has been processed, and the first set of invoicing should take place at the 10th or the 15th of next month for January.
Okay. So it was all kind of consistent.
You always have lessons learned, but like to the magnitude of what you're speaking in terms of the funding, no.
Okay. Okay. Once the grants have been assigned, what is one's role in coordinating strategies that you're hearing or seeing from the neighborhood, or meeting with other civic association or community groups or ANCs or other community leaders? And how often are you directly meeting with the grantees?
So there is a Monday meeting. It happens with the team. They are looking over conflicts that have arisen or things that the BIs want to highlight in their communities as really an information sharing session. It's a slide deck that kind of goes on and to highlight some of the on the ground beefs that have been that are maybe stirring up, and what the response was going to be. There's also an afternoon Tuesday call, am I mistaken, on the Tuesday call, where there's a level of coordination. So there's weekly strategy meetings. There's also stakeholder meetings monthly with the organizations as well. Thank you.
And are there any things that we should be aware of kind of new strategies that have been developed from those meetings that are proving fruitful?
I think, and this is just me talking, as we're looking at areas differently, I think the new community is social media. It's its own area. I recently attended, maybe not recently, but I attended a study in a training at University of Maryland, where there was a actual professor that really discussed very thoroughly, and it hit home because you see so much activity on Instagram and these social media platforms, and to have us just now see it differently, especially as our landscape in the city is changing. We're seeing a lot of our housing consolidate, close for many reasons, and people are moving and migrating to different areas. And so the community are looking different. And so I think that is something now that we now to begin including more in our strategy. But I don't want to make it sound like that we don't have individuals that are not monitoring social media. It's just that I think social media, in my mind, is just, as someone who is growing in this space, is the new community as well.
And are the strategies, like the substantive strategies of intervention, similar on social media, of reaching out to people and saying, I saw you posted this and can we talk? And like,
It has a little bit of both, because you have a lot of influencers, right? And well respected in their communities. And I think if there were to be a strategy, it would be to try to bring a lot of them into the fold of violence intervention, because they have such a huge following and they also are well respected in their communities. I know that's a little dicey. It's sometimes often uncomfortable, but I think once we deal in the uncomfortable. It's not necessarily always going to be
pretty, right? And so, and a part of our strategy is that, embracing the real life, and that's that the influencers are the big thing.
So you said if there were to be a strategy, are there any of the grantees that you find that are doing this particularly well?
Many of them are. It's interesting because I feel like I've become an Instagram guru myself, and I don't like to post a thing, but just following, and it's the intricate language of the exchange, because the whole conversation and dialogue is taking place. But you and I might not understand that one thing, but there's a whole community that understands exactly everything that's driving this movement. And I know that has to be something that we have to fully embrace. I know a lot of our social media personnel, we have a lot of that have kind of taken it on, not necessarily because that's but that's also in their generation so they understand it a little better. And so we really do rely to our internal sources to help with that. As for the organizations, they rely on it as well. We've been using a lot of the pathways guys to really support. So the benefit of having a pathways is because sometimes you can see who has a natural knack for this violence interruption and really want to be. Of course, there's some that are like, hey, I don't want to, I really want to, my 9 to 5. But there are some that really are anxious about becoming a part of this landscape. And not to have any ageism, but I also remind our organizations that, hey, we're the aunts and uncles out here. We need some newer blood. And I think they keep that in mind because these young people have their ear to the ground and they know what's happening. And so a lot of them are looking to them to really come into the fold of this work.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And speaking of young people, how are the grantees now being advised around working with younger populations and intervening with younger cohorts?
So originally, so we had the One's Leadership Academy, which was our connection to schools. That transitioned to the Deputy Mayor's office. And in support of school openings and high school football games, violence interrupters have shown a presence to ensure that they are contributing to creating the safe space for families and students to enjoy. One of the things that during the summer, and I know it's from a recreational perspective, but if you look at the NEAR Act, it really does speak to our recreational support. So we take the summertime as an opportunity to engage a lot of our youth into summer activities, and it's also kind of prepare them for the next school year and get sure that they have the right supplies and things of that nature. One thing that I will also say is that in our presence, violence interrupter organizations, even if our age is 18 to 35, they do come and say, hey, we need to really reach out to this youth. My position on that is that we just have to ensure that we have the proper permissions from the caretaker to ensure that we can lawfully engage with those youth. And so they will put together a proposal and give an explanation as to why this person or individual is high risk and why there's a need to intervene. One thing I will say moving forward, we anticipate as we are really go re-examining who one's real client is, that I anticipate just with the trends that are happening around us, that there will be younger high-risk individuals for us to work with.
Okay. And one of the trends that I'm looking at and worried about is while gun violence and incidents have come down across all categories, we're seeing less of a reduction in the juvenile space than we are in the adult space. And so how can we adapt and make sure that our VIs are equipped to intervene, especially if the population that it's happening with is younger and younger?
The piece for me is, and just coming from the education background and working with pedagogy and understanding that this is such an impressionable age. And so in our goodness, sometimes we do create more harm. And so I want to ensure that they are properly trained in that space to work with such an impressionable age group. Also a consideration, I think it was Councilmember Parker that mentioned having some sort of connection
for in the community. Of course, we know that we are in a different fiscal space, and it takes dollars and cents to make these things work. But one thing I think that the violence interruption internal program does very well is creating that connection to the DC jail. And so when there are releases, there's a relationship that's already built. There's some familiarity, and then there's service delivery as a part of that.
Okay, well, let's keep pushing on that this year. There were two, as you know, recent arrests for violence intervention supervisors in connection to a 2023 homicide. How are you thinking about the processes and training and kind of screening in place to ensure that there's suitability both for frontline workers, but also for people in leadership position in these schools?
I would like John to speak to the suitability aspect, but one thing I will say, ONES is better positioned now than we've ever been to respond when such incidents arise. There's an actual process that there's a notification process that the organizations must follow to notify us when such an incident has occurred, which never existed before. And so that's part of it, having the policies and processes in place and an associated timeline as well. John, can you speak to the suitability process for me, please?
Sure, Director. So when it comes to suitability of the staff of providers, we have them undergo background checks. And there are certain crimes that we specifically have as we have certain crimes that disqualify individuals from working as VIs, for instance, child abuse, any sexual-based crimes. But of course, that doesn't really help when individuals are being arrested for crimes that don't show up on the background check. So we are currently doing an analysis of all of our violence interrupters, checking their backgrounds to see if there is any pattern in which, is there in a period of time in which, violence interrupters have been away from the criminal justice system that kind of shows that they have completely turned their life around. And that process is currently underway right now. So hopefully that kind of gives us an idea of maybe we should look to not necessarily fully prohibit, but curtail the types of individuals that are hired who may have recent criminal activity on their background checks.
And if I could just add another piece to it is that I still want to give credit and credence to those that do this work and do this work well. I feel like when these instances do arise, they give such a black eye to the work. And each and every time that it does happen, we are in the defensive. We're always defending this work. And I'm gonna take it outside of the work. When I was in education, and I just recently read a story as a teacher in DC public schools, there was an unfortunate situation where a teacher did something that was just horrific to a student. But I never once heard there be a sentiment or an invoking of let's shut down all schools. So I really want to say to the men and women that are doing this work, yes, we have an ownership to make sure that we are the most credible in this space because we are held to such a tighter microscope. But there are good people that's really doing this work that are doing it in silence, if you will, because a lot of the work, you see a lot of the work and you don't see a lot of the work that is happening behind the scenes. So I just want to just kind of highlight that. We are always in a posture of defense when this black eye, but it overshadows in a way. And so I asked someone also from another jurisdiction what happens in those instances and how do they handle that? And they were just like, they keep doing the work. So I just wanted to leave us with that.
Yeah. No, thank you for raising that. I think it's a really important point. And the analogy I think about sometimes is with the police department. If there is a police officer who acts in an unacceptable way, that police officer should be disciplined. But we don't say, should we get rid of the entire police department? And that's why I framed the question very specifically around kind of screening in the same way that I would ask and do ask the police department. But I hear you, and I think that's important as well. And the vast majority of people who are doing this work in DC who are putting themselves in risky situations and dangerous situations and are doing it for the right reasons and making a big impact. So I will add my thanks to them as well.
Thank you for that.
Back to pathways for a moment. Can you talk about some of the greatest needs that you're seeing, especially on the housing side? I know you mentioned the tiger cat analogy and thinking about placing someone in safer housing, but how are you hearing from participants on what some of their housing and other needs are?
Sure. One lesson that we learned is through our partnership with DHS, and we are extremely appreciative to DHS and their willingness to allocate shelter beds, shelter work beds specifically for our ambassadors to minimize their weight going in there. One of the challenges that posed for our ambassadors is, again, they are the persons that are in crisis at the highest risk of engagement. And because of that, the comfortability of going into an unknown space, a congregate unknown space with individuals, they don't know if they're going to be safe in that environment. So it induces a trauma, it induces anxiety. And so they go back to the couch surfing. And it is really, and that's why we're grateful for our relationship with CFLS, because it is a more intimate, curated space for individuals that in some instances have a history, whether it's known to law enforcement or not, and they just need a place to lay their head and just recuperate without the fear of someone, because they associated with this person or they associate with this community, coming to pose them harm. And so our biggest challenge is really getting them an opportunity to go into a community that will embrace them, but a community that will not re-traumatize them.
And what is your budget for emergency shelter beds?
So that was a partnership with DHS. We did not have to pay for that. And also through our partnership with CFLS, and I keep calling them out because they're an amazing partner. We had one of our ambassadors that was a victim of gun violence, that was living in the shelter, experiencing a lot of anxiety. They took this ambassador in, and within 90 days, they were able to stabilize him into independent living. No subsidy from the city at all. He was gainfully employed. The shelter environment was just a little anxiety inducing for him. And again, they were able to stabilize him, and he is now an apartment renter with no assistance from the city.
And then if I could just add, this is probably similar to the permanent job placement kind of scenario. And I think as we're trying to get more focused as to what one's is and what one's does, it does still feel very much that we are having to solve a lot of the remaining lingering problems that impact, as we're working on this rehabilitation and this pivot in this lifestyle, but yet there's still these fundamental things that are really contributing to their success or their ability to be successful. And if we're going to be focused as ones, we are going to continue to have to be the masters of all of these different pockets, instead of being able to focus on the rehabilitation and the trauma and being able to kind of hand off in case management, if you will. And maybe I shouldn't use the word case manage, but I did. To be able to have a partnership that's longstanding, to have a feed into those that are in these situations. But again, this is a great example of reaching out into the community to seeing what's available. But we do need it on a more broader basis.
Do you have a budget allocation for other housing needs, like for a hotel housing or to remove someone from emergency situation?
Absolutely. And so that is generally managed by our FSS in response to situations, I guess I should refer to you, situations in where an immediate emergency relocation, it is temporary. Housing is to remove the person from the immediate risk and or their family from immediate risk. Is often determined in conjunction with MPD with the risk assessment of and the risk needs of the family. But once again, once it turns into a longer term requirement, that is something that is always, that can be a challenge in terms of fast tracking its placement.
What is your budget for those housing needs?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
What's your budget for the housing needs?
I believe it's approximately 300,000, but I can definitely check that again.
Mhm.
And to provide a little clarity with that, when we are placing a family in temporary emergency housing, a best practice that we've learned, we used to do it by length of stay, but we've learned through this anonymous process, and I want to share that because when our families are placed, we're grateful to OVSJG and the partnership with ReloShare because the families are able to do it anonymously. But we learned that the hotel rates in DC, they're different than Virginia and they're different than Maryland. And so when we were offering a 30-day stay in the District of Columbia is much more cost exhaustive than it would be in Virginia. So we do have a max of $3,000 per a family per stay.
And then I would like to also just highlight our partnership with the Office of Victim Service Justice Grants because we work with a provider, a ReloShare, and I did misspeak about the budget. It is $200,000.
Just
200,000.
Okay. And thank you for mentioning the difference of cost. And we talk about this in a lot of other contexts too, like when we talk about tacking on fees to 911 for hotel stays, that translates to more expensive rooms. When we talk about adding hotel taxes, that translates to more expensive rooms. And it's not competitively wise for us to do that within the region. And then also when we have very real human needs to get someone out of a life or death situation, we can't even afford to send them to our own hotels. And so it's just a problem across the board that we need to focus on.
Thank you. We also have to consider the family aspect of it and the dynamic of it in terms of close proximity to schools,
Right.
work, being able to have food available. Is it more feasible to have like a kitchen area so that they're able to accommodate, or is there something, an external where we have to, provide food on an ongoing basis? So those are all of the decisions that really go into the placement. Proximity matters.
Absolutely. No, thank you. I think that's such an important point. And I'm just thinking of the work that we did with the Aston, with DHS around providing a transitional housing opportunity for people that is a non-congregate setting, which has proven to be very effective because this congregate option is just not going to work for a lot of people. And I'm really worried about this in the domestic violence space as well and getting people options to stay in a non-congregate setting. And so there may be some avenues for us to think about models that we're using in another context with another agency, but for the population that you're serving. And maybe it's not all or nothing. Maybe it's together.
And then just one point I wanted to say, the benefit of having a ReloShare that Deputy Director Irving really highlighted is the fact that we were once kind of managing this process outside of an organization that is used to working with instances and situations where sometimes you have to be having anonymous a name to protect the family instance. So I really wanted to say that I didn't even realize that there was such an organization that could do this work. And so it has made our process more streamlined, but there is definitely still more work to be done.
Great, thank you. And then in terms of the Pathways cohort, I know that it's changed a couple times over the last couple of years. Where are we now in terms of how many participants are in a cohort? How many weeks is the program? Where would you like to see that? I mean, I know we'd all like to see it be more, serve more people and be for longer, but like, what do you think, given our current budget allocation, is the right makeup of those metrics?
I hope I don't get myself in trouble for saying this. So we expanded to a 10-month model. So originally, if you know, it was 9 weeks. And then I believe there was a 3, possibly, I think we started off with 4-month WEX placement, and then we went to a 3-month WEX placement. One thing that we noticed, and we took the feedback of a lot of the sister agencies and organizations that we worked with, you see the light flicker. You see that the change is happening, but then it's now time for graduation. So the important piece was to kind of extend that education, that concentration on the pivot, on the transition. I think the Pathways team does a phenomenal job. Also, we wanted to look at the curriculum to see what themes or thematics are we planning for the week. We want to incorporate some exercise and fitness in that, and also work with a lot of our providers on not only just transition and pivot, but also just healthy lifestyles. So we had time. But one thing that and Julia mentioned this in her comments to Councilmember Felder. One thing that was very apparent is that in terms of preparation for the work, we needed to work on not only work readiness, but comprehension skills, learning mathematics, basics. So there is opportunity to work on that. They're exposed to it through CASAS testing. You're kind of looking to see, and there's a pre and a post to see if there's some growth within that. I'm sorry, 3 times a year, just to kind of see, so like I said, the beginning, the middle, and the end, and just to kind of build those academic skills too, while they are interviewing, being considered for workplace. Did you want to add something to that?
And we also learned that in the 10-month, the need for the 10-month model, in addition to just preparing them academically, it's acclimating them to work. So you've heard me say that it is not a workforce program. However, the design of the program is intended to prepare them for work. So that is why we're very intentional on starting at 9 a.m. and concluding at 5 p.m. so that that gets them into the mindset of it. But even more importantly, we learned that a lot of our ambassadors, they have a myriad of interests. And we had a very short period of time to really build that out, flesh it out with them. And I'm really grateful to our education and training team because they conduct an assessment on all of our ambassadors. But more importantly, they are intentionally meeting with them one-on-one. So if I say I want to be a doctor, but I haven't gone to undergrad yet, it's okay. The education and training team, they're going to sit with that ambassador and walk them through the possible options that are available to them in the medical services field so that they can begin to get introduced to that sector and then perhaps pursue it all the way to a PhD if that's something that they desire. And then also, thank you, GC. So currently our cohort consists of 20 individuals and we're able to run one cohort a fiscal year. In an ideal world, we have found that there's a really unique balance in having 25 individuals in the cohort. And 25 is that lucky number because previously we noticed that the median age of an ambassador was 32 years old. And then if we would have a younger cohort, everyone in the cohort was younger. There is something to be said when there's a nice mix of 18 to 21-year-olds combined with the 33 to 35-year-olds and everybody sprinkled in. And 25 allows us to get that appropriate balance to create almost an internal mentorship with one another and an internal accountability. And oftentimes with our program, it was shortened because we wanted more persons benefiting from it, but we have to be intentional in the work that we do. But we do believe that if we were able to run 2 cohorts of 25 individuals, so again, that would be 50 persons a year, we believe that the city would see extreme decreases in public safety concerns.
And I think it's also important to add to that is that in our vetting process, you know, it's also, it takes a lot of investment of time to ensure that you assemble the cohorts correctly. So because it's our first time doing this 10-month model, so we call this our pilot opportunity, but the goal is to have 2 cohorts running simultaneously or having them to overlap when one is getting ready to end, immediately having the jump start of the other. Because again, we want to make sure that we're intentional about who's in the class, but we're also pulling from our people of promise to ensure that they are first considered in this process. Yeah.
How much would you need to run 2 cohorts of 25 each for 10 months?
Everything you have.
I shouldn't have said that. Can I get a more budgeted, can I give an opportunity to break down the current? Oh, my Lord. Okay. Can you give me 1 second, please? It is.
Well, while the director gets that figure for you, the other need to do 2 cohorts is something that we've experienced most recently. So we recently started a cohort on January 20th. There were individuals that were in dire need of our program, but they were 17 years old. And so now they've turned 18, but they will have to wait until January to get into our program. As the director stated, safety is one of our #1 priorities. So there are only specific communities that can all play in the sandbox together. But then that means that those communities with individuals that could really benefit for the program, we have to roll the dice and trust that they'll make it another year in order to get into our cohort.
And from a budgeting perspective, because again, the intent was to have 2 cohorts, but I thought it was important for us to really to see how well this cohort, this first time pilot, so see how this goes. And also, I want to make sure that we also understand how the curriculum is broken out. We do have contractors to come in to supplement and provide engagement, whether it's on a weekly or a daily basis. But for the original budget of 25 participants, including the wage and per participant, we're looking at approximately, give or take, $1.7 million.
Or what was that last sentence?
$1.7 million for 2 cohorts.
Sorry, you were just kind of trailed off the last.
Okay,
words you're saying.
$1.7 million.
Would be to run 2 cohorts of
Correct.
25.
Yes.
So this year, are you spending half of that?
Well, this is also an interesting year because we are not only renegotiating a lot of our contracts, we know that the behavioral health services have increased, and we want to ensure that we keep that component of the program. It is important that the individuals have one-on-one sessions. And so so the allocation is really focused on ensuring that we can re-secure those contracts in those different therapy services, one-on-one counseling, and also those that supplement the program. And again, this was just the wages. This was not the other components. I just want to make sure that's clear. Oh, wait a minute.
But the 12-month per ambassador cost is $38,065. So if we multiply that by 50, I think we can get there.
Okay. Got it. Well, thank you. And thank you all for all of the work that you do and everybody who works at ONES in a very difficult environment. I know it has been challenging the last couple of years. I know I have had a lot of questions the last couple of years, but I really appreciate the huge effort that you all have put into this work. And I just appreciate the services that you're providing to really transform and change lives. And it's hard to track, it's hard to follow, but it is very, very important. And look forward to continuing to collaborate. I want to give you, as always, Director, a chance if you have any closing thoughts or want to highlight something that we didn't get a chance to talk about.
I just really want to, and this is probably my last performance hearing in this capacity, as I'm running through the tape. And I just really want to say to this team in this room, how we have endured and how grateful I am to the work. It has not been easy, as you said, so I do appreciate you acknowledging that, we are battle tested, as my mother would remind each of us. We are battle tested. I'm committed to this work. I just want to also say that we are focused on not only doing this work, but I just want to make sure that we acknowledge all of the men and women back in the office, all of the managers that are in the war room right now, sending information and as this is my last performance hearing in this capacity, I just really want to say a true heartfelt thank you. And also just to make sure I add to the narrative that there is no one person that has transitioned this agency to where it is. It has definitely been a team and joint effort. I would like to not
only thank our managers, Shakitha Levy, the interim, Portia Mills, Jeff Hill, Brian Atkins, interim, Eileen Perry. I'm hoping I'm not missing him. Carlton Thomas, who just joined us, that I do want to take a moment to introduce you to in our violence intervention space. And Bridget Sledge, Lord, can't forget Bridget, my God. I want to thank them, but I want to thank the men and women, but I also want to thank those that have helped us. I want to highlight Jasmine Banab, who has been critical to this work and critical to our success and even my success personally. I want to also thank our data team and Guru, and I know they have other jobs, and I just want to thank the city administrator for allowing to share them with us in terms of just really doing some quick, deep analysis to kind of move us forward to where we are today. So I want to say thank you to Jennifer Stankovich as well as Michael Glasser. And I also just really want to thank again the countless CBOs that have to hear my voice on a weekly, daily, sometimes hourly basis. And thank you for their commitment into this work. And thank you, council member. Thank you for all the stretch assignments that you have given us over the years. In these 3 years, I can't believe it's been 3 years in this capacity. But I thank you for those assignments as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Director Sneed. I know we kind of came into it together because I've also been chairing this committee for 3 years now, which is also hard to imagine. So really appreciate it. I want to thank Anaya Mitchell, my team, who works very closely with ones and fighting for and collaborating with some of these improvements that I know are important to all of us to just support and make sure that everybody can have what they deserve in this city, which is to be safe and have opportunity. And that's really what it's all about.
And may I add,
Sure.
I also want to highlight, I want to say thank you to Nicole Peckham, who has given us a lot of guidance as we have navigated some very somewhat troubled waters. And her guidance has been not only effective, but it's also been so helpful. But I want to thank our Deputy Mayor, Apia, for her support. And overall, I know that my arriving to this space was not in the most traditional way, but I want to thank our mayor, Muriel Bowser, for trusting me with such an opportunity that I've grown tremendously. I'm truly not the same person I was when I started. But I want to thank her for her encouragement and her trust. So thank you again.
Great. All right. Well, with that, the time is about 4 p.m. As a reminder to anybody who'd like to submit their written testimony, the record will be open until Thursday, March 5th, close of business. So we look forward to receiving any other testimony that you have, and we'll be happy to include that in the record. Time is 4 p.m.